consultations with civil society are a key part of our mandate. We seek to build a dialogue with organizations working with Palestine through these consultations to benefit from their expertise and to identify concrete ways of moving forward with promoting international law and the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. This meeting is with European civil society and will address the role of the European Union in promoting peace in Palestine. So we will talk about the responsibilities of third-party countries, accountability, the role of the European Union bodies, and so forth. I would now like to invite Ambassador Mansour, the permanent representative of Palestine to the United Nations, to make his opening statement. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And allow me at the beginning, on behalf of the Palestinian people and our leadership of the government of the State of Palestine, to express our gratitude and thanks to the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People and to the Division of Palestinian Rights at the Secretariat of the United Nations for organizing this important meeting with a very important segment of the European societies who are very important partners with all of us, representatives of governments, different institutions, United Nations, governing executives in the different European countries, parliaments, and of course, civil society organizations. We, as a committee, unique of its kind, is the last kind of this committee at the United Nations that is mandated by a General Assembly resolution and given the mandate to work in helping the Palestinian people to attain their inalienable rights, including their right to self-determination, statehood, and the right of the refugees to return to their homes and properties. So this committee, which is composed of countries, member states at the United Nations, is working in every component of the United Nations and through its contacts with countries across the globe and with civil society organizations so that it can be very faithful to the mandate that was given to it by the General Assembly. Now, the fact that the committee is working in the General Assembly, it doesn't mean that it does not have responsibilities for that quest of helping the Palestinian people to attain their inalienable rights, not to reach countries in Europe, countries in Latin America, countries in Africa, in the Arab world, in the Middle East. And the committee does all these things. Now, within the context of this genocidal war against our people, especially in the Gaza Strip, the committee intensifies its activities in reaching as many as it can for influencing those who are governing, whether presidents, prime ministers, ministers, different cabinet, or members of the parliament, because you elect them, the people elect members of the parliament, so they have tremendous amount of clout of influencing the executive, and also you, the civil society organization, have tremendous power to also influence everyone. Within that context, we are very aware of the heroic and remarkable role that the millions of Europeans in all countries, when they took to the streets demanding ceasefire now, demanding free Palestine, you are not a small force in this picture. Now, we're all partners. We are not competing with each other. We are complementing each other. And within that spirit, we share with you what we do, and I gave a summary of what we do as a committee. And we are here to listen to you. We read a lot. We know a lot of things that you've done in Europe, but we need to continue adjusting our activities according to the reluctance of some of the leaders who, after a period of time when the issues are not killing Palestinian children in the vicinity of 100 or more every day, when the whole world was outraged of the activities, the criminal activities of the Israeli occupying forces, then they might say that things are now quiet. We have a ceasefire. Yeah, true, we have a ceasefire, but it's very fragile. And the killing is continuing. Maybe it's not at the scale of what it used to be during the first year or the second year. But to become complacent is the wrong thing to do. You are the most radical within that configuration of governments, parliaments, United Nations, European Union. And you don't need me to tell you, keep pressing on the gas and the paddle. The more you press, the more you help the objective of freedom and dignity for the Palestinian people and ending this illegal occupation as it was characterized by the International Court of Justice. We all have tremendous amount of tools. When we work for 10 years with lawyers, with experts as to when should we go back to the ICJ on the whole system of this illegal occupation, and then we go to the ICJ and we present the case with the best lawyers who are supportive of Palestine, and we receive a historic advisory opinion that is not for the textbook and the students to study in law schools. This is additional tools not to relent in seeing the implementation of that fabulous ruling, that this illegal occupation has to end and end as quickly as possible. And we decided in the General Assembly to end it in 1 year. 1 year elapsed. That doesn't mean that we are going to stop. We are going to intensify the pressure in order to see these results. These are key components of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. So we know what you did in the millions in all capitals, all cities in Europe. Now, maybe you were all assessing and evaluating, but we are not assessing and evaluating our resolve and determination to fight harder, smarter, more creatively, so that this extremist, ugly occupation, illegal, not for all of us to cave into it, but for all of us to force it to cave into justice, international law, and what the Palestinian people deserve. So we come to you with that view, with that spirit. We met with many components of the European Union yesterday, and tomorrow we will be meeting with more components. We were in Paris before that. We met with the component of the government and component of the parliament. And we are going to Spain after we are done here to continue the same thing. These are but small things that we are doing in the general picture of intensifying our work to keep getting closer to defeat this illegal occupation. It is our collective duty to break the backbone of this illegal criminal occupation against the Palestinian people. Be inspired by the Palestinian people. They suffer the most. When we in Gaza lost close to 250,000 people, killed, injured, under the rubble, and 2 million have been displaced from the north to the south, from the south to the center, from the center to the north, from the north to the south, back and forth, and they're living miserably in Gaza. The occupying authorities dreaming of them packing and leaving Gaza because they want the land, they don't want the Palestinian people. And to duplicate the same thing in the West Bank, in which We lost hundreds of people during the same period of time in the West Bank, and thousands injured, and tens of thousands displaced from Jenin, from Tul Karim to different places. They want to drive us crazy, thinking that they can accomplish the impossible, the illegal, criminal impossible of us, the Palestinian people, to give up and to leave our land, and for them to accomplish the dream that Palestine was a country without people and the Jews are people without a country, and then therefore they fill the vacuum. And we become just only a notion or a footnote in history to be taught about us in textbooks. That will never happen. We are determined, brave, resilient Palestinian people, that we will not leave our homeland. We paid tremendous amount of casualties, sacrificed beyond the capacity of humans to comprehend. So if some of you are frustrated and depressed, be inspired by the Palestinian people. Some officials that we met from the European Union, they said they were frustrated and depressed. And they tell me, we understand your frustration. I said, I'm not frustrated. I am proud Palestinian. And I am telling you to be inspired by us so that you fight as hard as we do. So I think, Mr. Chairman, I will stop here. We want to listen to your experiences, to listen to your ideas. We love what you do. We push, you push. Eventually, we will succeed. We are not going to be the exception to the examples of humanity. When the people in South Africa defeated the abhorrent system of apartheid, and one brave worker in Ireland refused to sell oranges from South Africa in supermarkets in Ireland, and sparked a movement which played a huge role in the process of defeating apartheid in South Africa and in Namibia. And the representative of Namibia is not saying that we accomplished the objectives and now we are relaxing and we have nothing to do with the rest of you. They are fighters with us. The ambassador of Namibia is a vice president of this committee with us. The same with many other countries. Some of them are with us, like Cuba. Of course, Senegal has been the chairman of this committee since the creation of this committee 50 years ago. The same thing with Cuba, but others were added. At that time, Namibia was under the apartheid system. Now it is a vice chair, and so on and so forth. So therefore, we are here also to listen from you, to learn from you, but to continue the pressure. We know, and we said to representatives and leaders in the European Union about the things that you forced them to adopt, not selling weapons to Israel, because the weapons sold to Israel, they kill our children. Most of those who were killed are Palestinian children and women and the vulnerable. So if Europe wants to stand with its values, defending international law, defending, the right things, the laws that you invented after World War I, such as international humanitarian law, we need you to respect it, to defend it, and not to give some preferential treatment and to apply it to others. And we know that you are fighting with them in taking an additional measure, which is a very important measure, in suspending the trade agreement with Israel. It's a very important step in which Israel engages with Europe in terms of trade. 1/3 of all their total trade is with Europe. So you have leverage. When they say they don't care about what you decide, they don't respect the ICJ opinion, nor UN resolutions, you have leverage to tell them, you cannot do that. You cannot have preferential treatment. You have to meet your obligations under international law and the provisions of the Charter of the United Nations. And if you don't, like others who did not, Measures need to be imposed on you. Sanctions need to be imposed on you, as it was the case with others that suffered a lot from sanctions because they rebelled against international law and the will of the international community. So we hope that you succeed with parliamentarians and representatives of the government in suspending this trade agreement. It's a big deal. It's a huge thing. Israel needs to know that there are consequences for illegal behavior. And you need to tell your national governments, not only the European Union as a whole, but countries in their national capacity, you have third-party obligations. You have to implement international law. You have to implement what the International Court of Justice articulates. The International Court of Justice, it is not a coffee shop. It is the highest legal institution under the sun. And we collectively, through the United Nations, gave it that role. So when judges spend all the time and the money that it requires, and all of us utilize for hundreds of hours and tens of days and years and months to go before the ICJ to ask for their position on certain issue, this is not for having a chit-chat in a coffee shop. This is for trying to resolve complicated issues peacefully, legally, and under the banner of international law. So we have tools. We are not, weak. They are the weak ones. And we have to force them to obey these, articulations. And you are key players in that. And let me just conclude by saying you should be asking all officials in your countries and the European Union, why is the Israeli government allocating $730 million next year to be used in public diplomacy? They can allocate $730 million or $730 billion. There is nothing that can beautify the ugly face of this illegal occupation. And it is your duty not to allow them to succeed. They cannot succeed by having 1,000 delegations going to see Israel as being the victim. It is not, it is the victimizer. They are the ones who are killing Palestinian children and Palestinian women, and who are pushing the Palestinians to face famine in the Gaza Strip. Those who conduct such policies, they need to be accountable for these crimes. And that is also including the Israeli occupying government and occupying forces. So we have a lot of things to do. It is not over until it's over. And as Nelson Mandela told us, South Africa will not be free until Palestine to be free. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Mansour. I will now deliver remarks in my capacity as chair of the committee on the exercise of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as our committee stated last week at the UN Security Council open debate, we meet at a critical moment. Across the occupied Palestinian territory, the situation is not moving toward peace. It is moving toward deeper fragmentation, dispossession, and despair. In Gaza, the ceasefire can barely be called fragile, and the humanitarian catastrophe continues. Destruction is widespread and displacement remains extensive. Basic conditions for life have been systematically undermined, and human development has been set back by generations. But Gaza must not be treated as one isolated humanitarian emergency. What is happening there cannot be separated from broader political realities across the occupied Palestinian territory. In the West Bank, settler violence, demolitions, and movement restrictions persist at alarming levels. Palestinian communities are subjected to a coercive environment intended to make their presence unsustainable. In occupied East Jerusalem, Israeli illegal measures continue to alter the city's demographic composition. Legal status, and cultural character. Restrictions on access to holy sites and on freedom of worship undermine Jerusalem's identity as a city of shared heritage and intensify pressure on its Palestinian residents. It is a policy of de-Palestinianization. But let us be clear, Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem are one political, legal, and territorial unit. International law cannot be applied selectively, and the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including the right to self-determination, cannot remain indefinitely deferred. It is precisely in this context that Europe's role becomes central. European institutions and member states possess significant political, legal, humanitarian, and economic tools. They have repeatedly affirmed their commitment to international law, accountability, and a just resolution of the Palestinian question. The challenge is to translate these commitments into practical action. Civil society organizations across this continent have continued to mobilize on the question of Palestine. Their work has helped sustain international attention on the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory and has contributed to the wider effort to uphold international law and protect civilians. Today's consultations, therefore, provide a timely opportunity to hear directly from civil society actors and experts about ongoing initiatives, policy entry points, and practical measures that can help translate legal and political commitments into action. The committee has consistently emphasized that the realization of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people requires sustained international engagement, accountability for violations of international law, and support for a just and lasting peace based on the relevant United Nations resolutions and international law. Europe's civil society organizations have been indispensable partners in these efforts. Today, we look forward to a substantive discussion on how civil society initiatives can reinforce third states' obligations, encourage meaningful policy action by the European Union and its member states, and contribute to a coordinated path toward peace in Palestine.
Your Excellencies, distinguished experts and honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Pendananda. I am the permanent representative of Namibia to the United Nations in New York. Good morning. We are ready to begin panel 1 of today's consultations devoted to European civil society organizations' initiatives to advance third state obligations and Israel's accountability. This session will help us to map current European initiatives, examine the cost of impunity in Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and reflect on concrete examples of advocacy and action. In this session, we will first hear from our panelists and then open the floor for questions and comments from panelists. May I kindly remind speakers to keep their agreed time limits so that we may preserve sufficient time for discussion. We have 4 panelists lined up in the following order: Ms. Agnès Bertrand, Mr. Claudio Francavilla, Mr. Shea Haber, and Ms. Alice Samson Estap. We will first start with our first speaker, who is Ms. Agnès Bertrand, a humanitarian expert with Oxfam Brussels, who will speak on the cost of impunity in Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Ms. Bertrand is a humanitarian expert and spokesperson for Oxfam, working with the Middle East Humanitarian and Policy Team. She holds a PhD in legal studies from SOAS, University of London, and brings a strong background in legal analysis, humanitarian and policy advocacy. Ms. Bertrand, it is a pleasure to welcome you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Actually, the pleasure is mine. I really wanted to thank you deeply to give us the opportunity to speak today and to organize this conference in Brussels, because as far as I'm aware, usually it's in New York, so it's very good idea also to do it here. So indeed, I'm part of the policy and humanitarian team on Palestine for Oxfam. Oxfam is an organization which has been present in Palestine since the 1950s. So it has a very strong relationship with the Palestinian people. For the moment, we have a staff of 100 people, 40 are in Gaza, and we work with several tens partner organizations. I wanted to start this presentation with a simple but fundamental point. Impunity, because I'm supposed to talk about the cost of impunity, but impunity is the template. Is a template which has always prevailed in Palestine. So behind what many sees in our society as security concerns, cycles of violence, failed negotiation, the main engine is impunity. It's a structural condition. It's not only the absence of punishment, but it's a predictable pattern which has allowed things to worsen by the day. And this pattern has become more and more explicit after October 7. So I will talk about the cost of impunity from a humanitarian perspective, giving I'm based in Brussels, but in contact with my colleagues in Palestine every week, several times a week. So I will talk about the human lives. I'm not going to talk about the territorial transformation of this cost. I'm not going to talk about the erosion of international law and the consequences it has and it will have beyond Palestine. So first of all, I will focus on Gaza. So you all know the figures about Gaza. The death toll so far is about 71,000 people. It's only official deaths by bombs and bullets. It doesn't count actually the baby who died of hypothermia in the tent, or the grandmother who did not have her cancer treatment. Also, it's about 172,000 people injured. During the genocide, as Ambassador Nabil Shad said, the average of deaths was about 100 people per day. Now it has substantially lowered with an average of 4 or 5 people per day. But that doesn't mean that the situation on the ground has changed. And if you ask really the people on the ground, they would say no, not specifically. The underlying reality is the same. And that allows many of us, Oxfam included, to say that the genocide continues. And the genocide continues because Israel is still deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about the physical destruction of the Palestinian people, and the intent has not changed at all. To give you an illustration, last month, in April 2026, a EU UN assessment report was published, and it concluded that Gaza's development has been pushed back by 77 years. So that means that the Gaza's Human Development Index right now is below Haiti, Afghanistan, and Sudan, which are one of the poorest people in the world. The estimated cost of reconstruction is about $71 billion over the next decade. And yet, Gaza is under blockade. Food, water, fuel, and medical supplies remain deliberately restricted. Reconstruction is systematically obstructed. And for humanitarian organizations, for Oxfam and the like, the central issue is access of goods. The flow of goods in Gaza remains far below what was agreed in October 2025. Trucks entries are insufficient. It's mostly commercial goods which are entering Gaza, and it's like goods and food which are not adequate or not proper for a population which has been inflicted famine and hunger over 2 years and a half. So many critical items remain blocked because of the infamous dual-use good list that nobody has managed to have access to. So one striking example is in the health sector. For instance, solar-powered refrigerators used to store vaccines are still being blocked. It's a system, it's a standard equipment which is approved by the WHO and which would be of the most use, of course, in a context like Gaza because of electricity outage, but it's still blocked. It's still in warehouses. For Oxfam only, we have the equivalent of 2.5 million humanitarian material. We are still waiting in warehouses in Egypt and Jordan. At the moment, famine is contained, but hunger is still very much present. Access to food is very irregular in Gaza at the moment. It very much varies from 1 week to another. For instance, for the moment, like respondents to a survey say that by 40% say that access to food has lower by 40% of respondents say that access to food has lower compared to the past months. But you have to bear in mind that if food is more accessible than it was before October 2025, food is extremely expensive and incomes are almost inexistent in Gaza. The unemployment rate stands at 92%. So, and also when people need to cook, they don't have access to fuel. So also that restrict them in what they're going to eat. Access to water is also a huge problem because infrastructure are damaged, because of fuel shortages, and because of block repair materials. And all this combined with overcrowding and poor hygiene that create very poor hygiene conditions that are driving serious public health risk. Skin infections and pest infestations have more than tripled in some displacement sites since January 2026. Shelter needs remain massive. It's about 850 people which still require emergency shelter assistance. So to face that, humanitarian actors are improvising. They are, for instance, reusing wooden pallets from aid deliveries to build extremely basic shelters. So that offers certainly minimal dignity, but that's not sustainable in the long term. In the West Bank, the situation is not that dire, but it's a population which is under duress. There are right now about 1,000 checkpoints and other limitations to freedom of movement in a territory which is the size of a big French department or a large Belgian province. And then you add inside that 800,000 settlers. About 35,000 people were displaced last year. As of April 2026, it's more than 1,800 Palestinians which have been displaced. 60% of those live in the Jordan Valley. And the main driver for displacement for the moment is settler violence, which is rocketing. A new report by the West Bank Protection Consortium documents how sexualized and gender-based violence by settlers is a key driver for displacement. More of the 70% of displaced households cited threats against women and children as the decisive reason for fleeing. And of course, those incidents often occur in the presence of Israeli soldiers who do not intervene. In East Jerusalem, it's a similar picture. In Silwan, it's around 1,800 residents which are currently at risk of expulsion. Hundreds have already been made homeless. In Al Bustan alone, plans would displace 1,500 people. These expulsions are part of a broader policy of ethnic cleansing across the occupied Palestinian territory, as you explained, Mr. Ambassador. So what an organization like Oxfam is still doing in a context like this, and what is stopping us as well. So in the West Bank and in Jerusalem, we still deliver life-saving assistance, food, water, hygiene kits, protection services, targeted services as well for displaced women and hurting communities. In Gaza, our colleagues repair wells, provide drinking water, distribute food, both in the local market or from commercial trucks, hygiene supplies, distribute cash assistance, provide psychosocial support. So without material, I mean, we source ourselves in the local market, as well as we do a lot of activities which are based on manpower. But the constraints goes far beyond the issue of access, which I explained for Gaza. Something that is very little spoken of is the issue of human resources. Humanitarian staffing is critically limited. You have to understand that in a context like this one, which is, well, which has very little equivalent, I mean, in modern history, normally you would need an army of assistants, of engineers, of doctors. In this case, it's still the same colleagues which are at the front. They haven't been replaced. They haven't had the opportunity to have a rest. They are here for the past 2 years and a half, very little turnover, where they had to look after their communities and to look after their own families being displaced several tens of times. We have seen them changing physically week after week. They were assisted by international staff. We had, we could send Oxfam International humanitarian staff to coordinator and security, which rotated every 7 weeks. Since January, it's not possible to send anybody because of the re-registration issue, which I'm going to talk about. So it's a humanitarian teams, and it's the same with all other international organizations and for all partner organizations, which are totally exhausted. I mean, Gaza has the manpower, Gaza has the expertise. Don't forget that it's the most educated population. Palestinians are the most educated population in the Middle East, but those people are exhausted. There is a human resources issue there. Another problem is the access to beneficiaries. For instance, in Gaza, right now, Israel is controlling 60% of the territory. You certainly heard about the yellow zone, the yellow line. So that means that from one day to another, some zones are going to be located in restricted areas. And that means that the access to the population living there is more and more complicated. In the West Bank, settler violence also target humanitarians. There has been like several instances also of settler blocking ambulances or vandalizing aid infrastructure. There is also, of course, lawfare, administrative warfare, disinformation. You've seen in the news that 37 INGOs right now are on the risk of being deregistered. We are still waiting for the decision of the Israeli High Court, which is going to come any days now, regarding that. And more to the point, it's the lives of the humanitarian workers which are at stake as well. I mean, since the beginning of the genocide, 600 humanitarians have been killed. So it's the deadliest conflict for aid workers ever recorded. And all those constraints, I mean, they are part and parcel of the genocide. I mean, it's like everyone who wants to work with the Palestinians for their survival, for their economic, agricultural development is being set aside, if not eliminated. So, and the core problem right now is impunity. There are no consequences for those crimes. And I will conclude with a word of emergency and hope. To quote the Palestinian historian Rashid Khalidi, Palestine is right now living its darkest hour. But one thing really has changed, is that public opinions in Europe and the US are shifting. And that gives hope. And in Oxfam, we believe that we have to keep up, standing for Palestine, raising our voices for Palestine, because this is the only way that we're going to end this cycle of impunity and we're going to make accountability a reality. Thank you very much.
I thank Ms. Bertrand for her presentation and for highlighting the humanitarian dimensions of the current situation and the urgent need for sustained international action, particularly touching on impunity that has become a pattern and pushing Gaza's development several years back, with the restriction of food and medical equipment and other goods necessary to sustain human life, and ethnic cleansing policies in the West Bank and East Jerusalem with no consequences to Israel. Our next speaker is Master Claudio Francavilla, an Associate Director of Human Rights Watch Brussels, who will address the political and legal obligations of the European Union. Mr. Francavilla joined Human Rights Watch in 2014 and has since been conducting advocacy towards the EU institutions, including the European External Action Service, EEAS, the Commission, the Council, and the European Parliament on the EU's human rights foreign policy, focusing mainly on Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa, and the EU trade policy. Mr. Francavilla, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, I've been asked indeed to provide an introduction about the EU's political and legal obligations to act on the atrocities that Agnes Bertrand from Oxfam just described, that could make for a PhD thesis. And I'm afraid we will not have the time for that. But in the roughly 12 minutes ahead, I will attempt to offer just a brief overview of what could be a description of those obligations, what they entail, and how and why they are not being fulfilled. Colleagues in the afternoon will offer then a more in-depth analysis of some of these elements. Firstly, all EU member states are parties to the UN Genocide Convention. Now, governments, scholars, NGOs may differ in good or in bad faith about whether what Israel has been doing in Gaza reaches the legal threshold of the crime of genocide. But when it comes to the obligations stemming from the UN Genocide Convention, there can be no doubt as to the existence of a duty to prevent the crime of genocide. And that duty entails an obligation to employ all means reasonably available to states parties as to prevent a genocide as far as possible. The duty arises as soon as a state learns, or should normally have learned, of a serious risk that genocide may be committed. A definitive determination that the genocide is already underway is not required. So the questions are, is there a serious risk that Israel may have been committing genocide? Is the EU aware of it? And if so, did it fulfill its obligations? On the first questions, I will spare you from an endless list of genocidal determination concerning Israel's campaign in Gaza. I will only mention perhaps three of the most authoritative indicators. The three consecutive binding orders issued by the International Court of Justice from January 2024 in the case brought by South Africa. In August 25, an Israeli-made famine was officially declared in part of Gaza. And 1 month later, a UN Commission of Inquiry concluded that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. Countless more international Palestinian and Israeli scholars, human rights groups, and UN experts reached the same conclusions. So yes, there is at the very least a serious risk. Now, was the EU aware that there is a serious risk? Of course, and besides all the information available to their diplomats in The Hague, in New York, in Geneva, EU foreign ministers themselves have been repeatedly briefed by the EU Special Representative for Human Rights, by leading humanitarian agencies, and by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. So yes, they knew, they know. So the last question is, did they fulfill their duty to prevent a genocide? Well, no, they did not. They have many persuasive means at their disposal, but they chose not to use them. And on top of a failure to act, some EU states continue to provide Israel with military, economic, and political support. What are the tools that the EU should use, and what does it take to trigger them? Firstly, they should stop arms, transfer, and transit. The Arms Trade Treaty, the EU's Common Position 2008-944, and general international law all bind the EU not to export arms to Israel, as long as there is a serious risk that those arms may be used for international crimes. Despite that, Germany, France, and other EU states continue to export arms to Israel. A EU-wide arms embargo would require a unanimous decision among the member states, but each member state can decide on their own to halt export licenses and transfers, as some in fact did. Secondly, they should adopt targeted sanctions against the Israeli officials responsible for war crimes and other serious abuses. Now, those sanctions require unanimity. For several EU states, sanctioning Israeli officials is still a no-go. They only allowed a few sanctions against settlers, we may see more soon, despite overwhelming evidence of settlers being state-backed. And in any case, those sanctions are largely unrelated to Gaza, where the 27 have yet to unanimously acknowledge in a statement that the single war crime has been committed by Israeli authorities. Some member states claim that Israeli officials should not be sanctioned because they say Israel is a democracy, and it would be up to Israeli people and institutions to take action. Now, regardless of what one's views may be about the democratic nature of Israel and a democracy's compatibility with apartheid, it must be stressed that nowhere does international law provide that only undemocratic states can commit a genocide. Holding elections does not exonerate a party from the crime of genocide, nor from war crimes, crimes against humanity, torture, apartheid, or any other grave crime under international law. Thirdly, the EU should suspend at least the trade pillar of the association agreement with Israel. The measure was first requested by Spain and Ireland already in February 2024, but it wasn't until May 2025 that a review of Israel's compliance with its human rights obligations, which constitute an essential element of the agreement, was supported by a majority of member states. The findings in July 2025 were obviously damning, and it wasn't until September, amid a famine in Gaza, that President von der Leyen proposed a suspension of the trade pillar of the agreement, which wouldn't ban trade, but simply reinstate tariffs. Since then, the proposal has been on the table, but only there. It's yet to be adopted. Israel's recent discriminatory death penalty bill and escalation of attacks, mass displacement, and threats to commit atrocities in Lebanon revived pressure to suspend the agreement. The measure is also widely supported by European NGOs and trade unions and the European Parliament, and a European citizen petition reached the required 1 million signatures in just 3 months, breaking any record. But there is still not enough support from EU governments. A qualified majority is necessary to suspend the trade pillar, meaning 55% of EU states, representing at least 65% of the EU population. Opposition by Germany and Italy alone, 2 of the 3 most populous EU countries, almost suffices to form a blocking minority, which is easily reached, adding Israel supporters, Czechia, Hungary, and Austria, among others. The suspension of the whole association agreement would instead require unanimity, which is completely out of reach politically. The obligations for the EU, however, do not only stem from the genocide conventions, but also from general international law. In July 2024, the International Court of Justice found Israel's very presence in the occupied Palestinian territory to be unlawful and marked by serious abuses, including apartheid. The court made clear that all settlements, all the new alike, should be dismantled and the lands returned to Palestinians who are entitled to reparations. Last year, France co-led UN efforts culminating in the adoption of the New York the Declaration on a Two-State Solution. Interestingly, paragraph 30 of the declaration includes a commitment to take concrete action in line with the ICJ ruling to help, quote, realize the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and to counter the legal settlement policies in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, and policies and threats of forcible displacement and annexation. Now, paragraph 278 of the ICJ ruling clarifies that all states have an obligation to take steps to prevent trade or investments in relations that assist in the maintenance of the legal situation created by Israel in the OPT. In February last year, Human Rights Watch, along with other 162 European NGOs and trade unions, called for a ban of EU trade with settlements. Several EU states have asked for the same, as have recently 60 members of the European Parliament from across the political spectrum. But regrettably, the European Commission claims that its policies are broadly in line with the ICJ ruling and no further action is required. We sharply disagree. Given the Commission position, Spain once again stood out and adopted a unilateral ban of trade in goods and services with the settlements. The Netherlands, Slovenia, Belgium, and Ireland are considering similar measures. At the latest gathering of EU foreign ministers, Sweden and France circulated a proposal for high tariffs on settlement goods. The proposal helps triggering discussions, but its adoption would be underwhelming and would not satisfy the obligations laid out by the ICJ ruling. It wouldn't prevent trade. It would, at best, only make it less profitable. A complete ban is needed, regardless of tariffs. Settlements are illegal. They are built on stolen land. They result from war crimes, the transfer of civilian population from an occupying power to an occupied territory, which is forbidden by the 4th Geneva Convention and by the Rome Statute of the ICC. There is no lawful way to trade with them. Their very existence deprives Palestinians of access to their land, on top of the ethnic cleansing, the murders, violence, torture, apartheid, daily humiliation and oppression that Palestinians are subject to by Israeli forces and settlers. 25 of the 27 EU states endorsed the New York Declaration. All EU states agree that the settlements are illegal, and they call them an obstacle to a two-state solution that they claim to pursue. And yet they keep trading with those obstacles that only keep expanding. Last but not least, all the member states are parties to the Rome Statute of the ICC, and the EU and its member states made legally binding commitments to support the court independence and ensure cooperation. But when in 2024 the ICC issued arrest warrants against Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Gallant for atrocities in Gaza, several EU states criticized the court's decision and put into question their obligation to arrest Netanyahu. Infamously, Hungary decided to leave the court and hosted Netanyahu, refusing to comply with its obligation to arrest him. Hungary's Prime Minister-elect Magyar has now flagged his intention to stay in the ICC and stated that the country will comply with the warrants. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends, I'll conclude by stating that the same disregard for international law Israeli authorities have demonstrated for decades, and perhaps most brutally over the past 2.5 years against the Palestinians, is now being displayed in Lebanon, in the occupied Golan Heights, and in attacks in Iran and in Yemen. Those very serious abuses have continued and are enabled and fueled by impunity. An impunity granted also by Europe's inaction, which comes at an unbearable human and economic cost for millions in the region and beyond. To be clear, Europe does not have the monopoly of double standards. Also, it leads on accountability efforts for many other conflicts and abuses, and is the world's leading humanitarian donor, including on Palestine. But when it comes to Israeli crimes, the crimes that make that humanitarian aid necessary, the EU has chosen not to act. And no amount of money or humanitarian aid can make up for that. In part, the bloc is a victim of its own architecture, given the various majorities or unanimity that I mentioned earlier, but votes in the Council stem from political choices. And too many EU governments have chosen to shield Israel from accountability and accepted, when not supported, the perpetration of atrocity crimes against the Palestinians and others. Mass protests and mobilizations across Europe have helped to slowly move the needle, but more efforts are needed to ensure that the EU measures do not just stay on the table, but are actually adopted. I hope that our collective efforts and outreach to EU governments and institutions will help change that reluctance, and that this event will contribute to that. I thank you for your attention and look forward to the discussion.
I thank Mr. Francavilla for his presentation and for helping frame the discussion on the responsibilities of European actors under international law, reflecting particularly on the awareness of the EU on genocide taking place in Gaza, and on the obligations of the EU to prevent the crime of genocide and not fulfilling its duty to prevent genocide, and touching more on the tools available to the EU to prevent international crimes from taking place in Gaza, emphasizing on what needs to be done. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Shea Hever, a political economist based in Germany, who will contribute to our discussion on the mapping of individual best practices. Mr. Hever is an independent economic researcher, former manager of the Alliance for Justice between Israelis and Palestinians, and former coordinator of the military embargo campaign for the Boycott National Committee, BNC. He researches the economic aspects of the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territory. Some of his research topics include international aid to Palestinians and to Israel, the effects of the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories on the Israeli economy, and the boycott, divestment, and sanctions campaign, and the global arms trade. Mr. Hever, it is a pleasure to have you with us. Again, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, esteemed dignitaries and colleagues, and I would like to thank the Committee for the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People for giving me this opportunity to speak. Avi Bluth, the chief of the Israeli Central Command, spoke to the Israeli government a few days ago. Some of you may have heard his comments, but I'm not sure that the comments were properly translated from Hebrew, so let me stress what he said. He said that it is a miracle that Palestinians ignore the attacks against them. He was referring to the to what he called the Jewish terror in the West Bank. And he said, we are killing like we have not killed since 1967. Here, I think we need to pause on the word ignore, because I don't think anyone in this room now, it's important, I don't think anyone in this room believes that Palestinians are ignoring the attacks against them. Families that are being killed or dispossessed and injured are not ignoring this, of course. But the fact that the Israeli military is celebrating its impunity as a miracle is a reflection on us. It's a reflection of how we failed to exert sufficient pressure, so much so that the Israelis are under the impression that Palestinians are ignoring the terror against them. Here I want to address the title of this panel, or my contribution to it, which is Individual Best Practices. I think that this framing is problematic. First of all, it's a double meaning, because when we say individual best practices, what does the individual refer to? It could be the best practices that individuals are obligated to adopt, or it could be that the practices themselves are individual best practices. And both interpretations, I think, should be rejected. First of all, what is individual is the responsibility. Each and every one of us bears responsibility not to be silenced in the face of atrocities, crimes against humanity. We have a responsibility to act, and not just by inaction, not to be complicit with those crimes, but to take active stance to stop them. But the action itself has to be collective. We act on a collective level, and this is why we are organizing as civil society. Now, the actions are also not individual actions in the sense of best practices. For example, the act of not buying Israeli products, because they have to be part of a larger strategy. They have to be part of a plan. So not individual best practices, but rather coordinated best practices as part of a plan which has a clear beginning, middle, and end, how we are going to change the situation on the ground, and how are we going to stop the atrocities committed by Israel. So the reason that the civil society exists in many ways, it is in its current form, the civil society which exists mainly in Western countries. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist in other countries, but the particular form of Western civil society is one which was established in order to create checks and balances on governments, in order to act as a counterbalance and make sure that as citizens, we do not trust our elected representatives to promote our interests uncritically, but we are involved in the political process in order to check and ensure that they are, in fact, living up to their obligations. A few days ago, when the European Union convened in Luxembourg, the civil society organization Amnesty International declared that the EU is the chief of all cowards. And I think we need to say this here in Brussels, that the EU has failed to live up to its legal obligations. And the way that this failure has come about, in many ways, has exactly to do with this framing of individual best practices. Because the interpretation of international law that makes it possible for Western countries to continue to be complicit is based on the principle of responsibility of conduct, meaning that each particular actor, legal actor, whether it's a court or a government, is acting only in a very individual capacity, as if they only consider the facts that are brought before them and only what capacity or what authority they are entrusted with, and therefore they create this kind of microcosm in which they can justify their inaction. Responsibility of conduct is simply not enough. This is the reason that the Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide is called, first of all, the Convention for Prevention. So it is not enough to just say we based on the facts in front of us. And when I was the military embargo coordinator for the BNC, I've seen this time and again, where courts said, even though the facts are overwhelming, weapons are being illegally transferred to Israel and are used to commit terrible atrocities, the courts refuse to take action unless it can be proven that a specific weapon from a specific state was used in a specific time against specific people, and only then can it be investigated as a crime scene, and only then will the court make a decision. And as long as the court does not make a criminal ruling, the government say, well, we can do whatever we want because the court hasn't ruled otherwise. And this is shows us the limit of the responsibility of conduct. the Israeli command and the Israeli government are fully aware of this loophole. And in one case, an organization that I will not name here, but not one that I'm associated with, has decided to try to push through this limitation by finding a Palestinian from Gaza who was willing to testify in the court. Yes, I can testify that a specific weapon was used in a specific time, and use this testimony to finally get the court to take action. But as soon as this Palestinian stepped forward, Israel murdered his family. And because Israel is aware that as long as they can impose this regime of terror and genocide, the very legal limitations that the West especially has adopted upon itself will allow it to continue to act with impunity, or as Avi Bluth called it, a miracle that Palestinians are ignoring our actions. So I think that we need to act. The best practices, therefore, are collective actions, where we act in civil society to demand an end to this impunity. His Excellency Mansour mentioned that civil society has power, which is true. We have to ask ourselves, who do we have the power against? We have power against the governments where we act. This is the power of civil society, to hold the governments accountable. And this is why we also have the responsibility to use this power in a responsible way in this context. Just to give very brief examples, I think that we can see how unions, in the absence of clear policy from governments to stop arms shipments to Israel, and here I would like to point out that the Belgian government, because we are now in Brussels, announced that it does not know whether ships passing through the port of Antwerp are carrying weapons to Israel or not. But this statement is the decision of the Belgian government not to use the authority in its capacity to investigate. The government, every port authority, has the authority to demand the manifest of every ship passing through. And the Belgian government does not want this information because of what I said before, the responsibility of conduct. If they have the information, they have no choice but to act on it. It's better not to ask. But unions can act. Unions, as part of civil society, can organize and demand, and not just to exercise their right to oppose illegal orders to process ships that are illegally carrying weapons to Israel and dual-use items, but also their obligation to do so. In the same way, universities, where students and faculty band together and demand, not just on an individual level, we don't want to cooperate with an Israeli professor together on some article or some joint research project, but collectively cutting ties with Israeli academia because of the role that Israeli academia is playing in the apartheid system, in the genocide, and other atrocities. Financial institutions. And under financial institutions, I think we need to include not just pension funds, insurance companies, banks, but also organizations that have a large endowment, for example, churches, where the responsibility, again, is not just for individuals to adopt the best practice and to divest from companies that enable Israel's atrocities, but rather to act collectively and to demand institutional divestment. Then, this is how we get to the third step, which is sanctions. As long as civil society is not organized on a collective level, governments will continue to act as if they can, it is enough to have responsibility of conduct. But we will not let them, because we will continue to push forward until governments will act and impose the sanctions that they are obligated to impose. I just want to say one last thing about the danger of this responsibility of conduct. because when it is pushed to the extreme, we see what it does when Israeli soldiers have been telling us that they are receiving the targets for bombing with artillery or with the Air Force from artificial intelligence. And the systems of artificial intelligence, decision support systems, what the Israelis call Lavender and the Gospel and Where's Daddy, are systems which are developed to give each soldier a kind of alibi, where the soldier says, I was convinced that the act of violence that I have committed was justified based on the information that I received from the artificial intelligence. But when the soldier gladly adopts this very narrow point of view in order not to think and not to ask the questions for himself about what are the consequences and whether this information is to be trusted and what does it mean that people are being killed on an industrial scale, then it creates a different relationship, a different kind of war and a different relationship between humans and the responsibility that they hold to other humans. And we've seen already that the ability of the Israeli military to use this kind of technology to give the soldiers an alibi, so to speak, as they are committing genocide and at the same time claiming that they are not, that the United States military happily adopted the same mechanisms and is using it as well in the current war, and I don't think it will stop there, unless, of course, we as civil society will stop it. Thank you.
Apologies. I thank Mr. for his presentation and for sharing concrete examples relevant to the discussion of accountability and civil society action, reflecting on the responsibility to take an active stand to act against impunity, take coordinated actions and lack of action by the courts, and the required collective action to stop the arms shipments to Israel, as well as demand divestment in institutions on divestment. I thank you, sir. Before we continue with our final speaker, I wish to inform you that coffee will be available outside. Please feel free to just go out and grab yourself a cup, so we keep ourselves awake as well in the process. Our final speaker in this panel is Ms. Alice Samson Estap of RISCOP, Spain, who will also address the mapping of individual best practices and civil society coordination. She is a sociologist, feminist, anti-racist activist, and the spokesperson of RISCAP. RISCAP stands for Red Solidaria contra la Ocupación de Palestina. She was the European coordinator of the Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions in Israel, BDS movement, and is a member of the board NOVACT, which defends life and freedoms in the Euro-Mediterranean region and promote a fair and lasting peace through the strengthening of civil societies in conflict prevention. She focuses on the corporate abuse in occupied Palestinian territory. Ms. Samson Estap, you have the floor, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabah al khair. Today, I stand here with a clear message from Spanish civil society, which echoes the Palestinian call, the urgent need to sanction Israel. The Spanish government has taken positions, others have not. This has been driven by sustained public pressure, an anti-war and anti-colonial stance shaped by mobilization for Palestine. It has led to Spain being the first country to refuse the use of its territory for US attacks on Iran. This has only been possible through decades of organizing, mobilizing, refusing silence, and political education. Spain carries a legacy of anti-fascist popular struggles, which we hold with pride and must live up to today. It is the people, organized through networks like RESCOP, who have pushed the government to where we are at today. Our role as civil society is not to concede. We will not settle for anything short of full freedom, justice, and reparation for the Palestinian people. What we demand is what we demand for all humanity. What the Spanish government is doing matters, but it is not enough. And if Spain stands out today, it is also because the international bar is so low, not only because of the rise of the far right, but because support for Israel is rooted in deeper structures of colonialism and racism. Spain has a responsibility to go much further. So we must move beyond rhetoric, confront these contradictions, and address the structural roots of this violence. While Spain condemns Israel's atrocities and has taken steps in the right direction, it still maintains important military, economic, and diplomatic ties with Israel. This violates international law. States must not assist these crimes. They must prevent and end genocide and apartheid. Thanks to pressure from civil society, in October 2025, the Spanish government approved a royal decree law that limits military relations with Israel. The government calls this an embargo, but it is not. Recent data from the Sintra de las Research Center shows that military relations have barely decreased, exposing its loopholes and ineffectiveness. That is why more than 600 organizations have submitted amendments to transform it and another draft law to end military relations with Israel. And yet, the government has chosen to shelve these proposals, paralyzing them over for the past year. While genocide continues, states are failing in their duty to prevent and stop it. But this goes beyond Spain. The Spanish government has called for the suspension of the EU-Israel Association Agreement, but coherence demands more. Spain must also end all of its ties with Israel. While the EU continues to support Israel, states still have obligations. We call on all states worldwide to join Spain, Slovenia, and Ireland to push for the suspension of the association agreement. From the beginning, the Zionist colonial project has been deeply rooted in Europe, politically and economically. Europe has played a central role in establishing and sustaining it, and continues to protect Israel. It has chosen not to suspend the EU-Israel Association Agreement, nor to exclude Israel from platforms like Eurovision. It has also allowed Israel to continue participating in international sports competitions such as the EuroLeague. Soon, Spain will host the Climbing World Cup, where athletes representing Israel are scheduled to participate. The path forward is clear. The EU must suspend the association agreement, ban trade, enforce an arms embargo, and activate sanctions. Europe has done this before, imposing sanctions against apartheid South Africa. Today, it must do so again. In doing so, Europe would begin to meet its legal obligations, instead of perpetuating the colonial, racist, and dehumanizing structural violence that have defined its past and still define its present. That is why it is up to us to keep pushing until the cost of supporting Israel becomes too high to sustain. It is a step in the right direction that Spain has refused to allow US military bases on its territory to be used in attacks against Iran. But we must ask, why are these bases there in the first place? They are part of a system of militarization, imperialism, and domination that enables Israel's crimes, built on a might makes right logic. We must question the entire architecture of militarization. Spain and Europe are part of the chain that enables these crimes. Genocide remains possible because of a chain of complicity and enabling structures. This is our task, to dismantle that chain of complicity, link by link. Some months ago, we filed a report against Sidenor, a Basque company that has been selling steel to an Israeli military company. The case is before the National Court, and we want to send a message to all companies profiting from genocide. There will be no impunity. What Israel is doing in Palestine is beyond words. It is extending this violence across the region, especially in Lebanon, where it is employing a genocidal strategy similar to that seen in the Gaza Strip. This violence is also affecting Iran, Syria, and beyond. Israel can only continue committing these crimes due to international complicity and impunity. The recent kidnapping of Saif Abu Keshik and Tiago Avila shows this clearly. We demand their immediate release and that of 9,600 Palestinian political prisoners in Israeli jails, as well as those disappeared since October 2023. In the face of genocide, neutrality is not an option, and neither are double standards. The International Court of Justice is clear. States cannot remain indifferent. Words do not stop bombs. Condemnation without action is complicity. But today, we cannot only speak about our government's actions, because people organizing and resisting make colonial racist violence unacceptable and complicity harder to sustain. Across Spain, it is difficult to capture the scale of action across academic, diplomatic, military, economic, cultural, and sporting arenas to end complicity with Israel. When a decision is announced, for example, Spain not participating in Eurovision due to Israel's presence, it is essential to remember that this does not come out of nowhere. Behind it are years of people writing to Radio Televisión Española, the Spanish public broadcaster, organizing concerts, promoting boycotts, contacting artists and journalists, and maintaining constant pressure while building political awareness and consensus that this is no longer acceptable. RESCOP has played a key role in building and sustaining these collective efforts, with the Palestinian diaspora as a key actor within it, shaping and driving this mobilization. That is why we must practice a memory of struggle, not the official memory of those in power, but the historical memory of social movements. International solidarity and activism drive change. For months, hundreds of thousands have mobilized across the country, demanding an end to the arms trade and relations with Israel. And we will do so again this upcoming weekend to commemorate the Nakba. Agreements with Israeli universities have ended. Legal actions against complicit companies have been launched. Every complicit agreement has been exposed. In Catalonia, we pushed the parliament to adopt a motion recognizing Zionism as a form of racism, echoing the position adopted by the United Nations in 1975, marking an important political step in challenging its acceptance and normalization. We call on all governments to reclaim this position, to recognize Zionism as a form of racism, and to bring this principle back to the center of international debate. Beyond institutions, society has shifted, reflecting a deeper transformation in public consciousness, driven not only by what people are witnessing, but by years of work to dismantle dominant narratives. The images from La Vuelta cycling race last summer went viral, showing how we can all be part of collective, organized action, built through coordination across diverse groups, united in rejecting the sports washing of Israel, and how together we can challenge and disrupt its normalization in international spaces. Thanks to that, the Israeli Premier Tech team was dismantled. Yet, after those mobilizations, many now face enormous sanctions for protesting against genocide and complicity. While repression is growing everywhere against the Palestinian solidarity movement, we know that our rights are only won by exercising them. For 2.5 years, mobilization has also forced basketball matches against Israeli teams to be played behind closed doors. Across the country, the Palestinian struggle is deeply embedded in anti-racist, anti-colonialist, feminist, queer, climate justice, and trade union movements, because the struggle for Palestine is connected to every struggle against racism, colonialism, and injustice. Following the lead of the Palestinian people, we're changing the conditions that allow this violence to continue. We are making it harder for Zionism to expand, and this is more urgent than ever, because Israel, together with the United States, has made it clear that it is one of the greatest threats to a just and lasting peace today. We will continue organizing, mobilizing, building pressure until all complicity ends, until there is an arms embargo, No imports, no exports, no transit, no cooperation until governments act. We will not stop, not until justice is served and until Palestine is free, from the river to the sea. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Samson Estap for her presentation and for her contribution to our understanding of coalition building and practical organizing across Europe, and especially in Spain. She reflected on the pressure being exerted on the Spanish government to act against racist and colonial actions, especially in Palestine, action being taken to end military relations and end all its ties with Israel, and an end of cooperation with Israeli universities, among others, and other institutions, and an end to complicity. I thank you. I now open the floor for questions. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Konrad Kramer from the Austrian newspaper Kurier. A question to Claudio Francavilla. How does Human Rights Watch see the role of the Israeli army in the occupied West Bank? Because, I mean, the Israeli argument would always be it's a legal force, there is lawyers to control their proceedings, there is criminal cases, Israelis officers are going through if they commit any crimes. So how would you, as a Human Rights Watch, see their role and their proceedings?
Thank you. So indeed, it's an occupying force. It's an occupying military force. As such, it is bound by Geneva Convention for the laws of occupation, the laws of war. I think they have an excellent track record in breaking a large part of those laws. But I think one paradigm shift we are all yet to make is the fact that the legality of the occupation itself has been declared as not being there from the ICJ. What do I mean? Even if the settlers and the occupying forces give flowers to the Palestinians, even if they behave, they guarantee a lot of rights, they don't commit ethnic cleansing, they don't commit torture, they don't murder, and so on. Regardless of that, the occupation itself and the settlements are illegal. The presence, the ICJ made clear that the presence of Israeli forces in the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful and must end. So the control of the borders of the space, it doesn't matter how nice or not they are with the checkpoints. It is the occupation and the presence itself that is illegal. By the way, the ICJ made clear that the OPT includes Gaza and East Jerusalem. So anything that has been happening in Gaza needs to be seen also through the lenses of that. The genocidal campaign in Gaza is a genocidal campaign in illegally occupied Gaza. The other thing then, once that paradigm shift is made, then we can go to the list of the abuses and whether there is impunity or not. Now, the evidence we have is that the abuses from the settlers are state-backed. You have ministers who distribute Kalashnikovs, you have ministers who openly incite violence, we have presence of the soldiers as the settlers commit all sorts of abuses against the Palestinians, and we have harrowing reports of sexual violence being used as a weapon to displace the Palestinians. That's a state responsibility as well. That is happening with the approval of the state. Also, when it comes to the abuses committed by the settlers, Israeli NGOs like Yesh Din, like B'Tselem, tell you that the conviction rate, when in the few cases where criminal investigations start, the conviction rate is 3% against a 99 point something conviction rate for crimes allegedly committed by the Palestinians, which are tried in military courts, and this is part of the apartheid system in the occupied Palestine. So any allegation, any claim that the Israeli forces behave in the occupied territory must be largely disputed, and even more importantly, their very presence in the territory is to be questioned.
Hello, my name is Elif Durmush. I'm a postdoctoral researcher from the University of Antwerp, and I represent BACB, PA4P, and ECCP. My question is a little specifically to Shir Hever. You mentioned the AI decision assistance mechanisms or decision support mechanisms, and specifically you phrased it as saying that the soldiers are given an alibi by the systems. Are you aware of any particular legal instances in which soldiers have been able to use this alibi before any courts, or have they explicitly themselves made this assessment or framing, or is this your interpretation? And I'm wondering, a question to the panel in general, whether any of you are aware of any litigation currently ongoing or starting or against tech or AI companies that are complicit in Israel's genocide and apartheid. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Shea, would you want to respond? And then all the panelists also respond on the second part. Thank you.
So, as perhaps everyone here should know, the number of cases that were opened by the Israeli military attorney against soldiers for war crimes committed in Gaza or in the West Bank in the last 2.5 years of genocide is zero. So no soldier has ever been even asked to give a testimony in front of an Israeli court in which they could have used this as an excuse. As to international courts, there have been several cases in which arrest warrants have been issued and charges have been pressed against Israeli soldiers traveling abroad or having dual citizenship. And in those cases, it would have been very interesting to see if the soldiers would use this as their defense or as their excuse. But none of these cases have actually come to trial, as far as I know, because the soldiers have escaped justice. The Israeli soldiers have escaped justice. However, this is still something that can be used as an excuse, not in a court of law, but in a discourse, in a political discussion. And I think we should, I imagine you're aware of the articles by Yuval Abraham about the Israeli AI system, the mass assassination factory, and the following articles. Now, Israel has a military censorship system. Each and every one of these articles have been vetted by the Israeli censorship, which allowed the articles to be published. The question we have to ask ourselves, why has the Israeli military censorship allowed these articles to be published? And the answer is because it is a kind of alibi. Because they want to promote the idea that, in fact, Israeli soldiers have not knowingly and willingly committed genocide, but were actually manipulated by technology, by the artificial intelligence. So we should not accept this argument on face value. This is why it's important to understand the concept. And I think there is another kind of trial, or the word trial is not appropriate here, but reflection process, where the soldiers themselves ask themselves, how did it come to the point where I have killed children? And now we are seeing in Israel an unprecedented level of mental health crisis. I could give some examples of this, but we're talking about almost 1 million Israelis who are in need of medication or urgent mental health assistance because of post-traumatic syndromes. And the number one cause of this trauma is not the fear associated with war, but rather guilt. And what the Israeli psychiatrists are calling moral injury, where people who believe themselves to have a moral understanding of moral worldview, for example, that the intentional killing of civilians is wrong, but have done so anyway. And when they are confronted with their own contradictions, they suffer a mental collapse. I think if we had a more powerful international accountability system, which is the purpose of this meeting, to make these soldiers accountable, then this mental crisis would be largely avoided. Also because Israeli soldiers would not act as if they have impunity.
Thank you. Want to give a reflection on that? The second part of the question.
I can share a bit about the legal cases that are happening right now in Spain. They're not directly related to AI, but I think they're relevant for what we're discussing today that we know of that are related to Rescop's work in one way or another. There are currently 4 companies that are facing legal action in Spain. And I think it's important to remember that it is the state's obligation to investigate and, when appropriate, sanction companies that are involved in grave violations of human rights. But this is not the case. And this is why it's so important that civil society investigates and denounces these companies that are profiting from either operating in the occupied Palestinian territory or are profiting from genocide. So very briefly, the first one is towards CAF. CAF is the Basque train company, which I'm sure you all know, is involved in building the Jerusalem Light Rail, which connects illegal Israeli settlements in occupied Palestinian land. 6 Spanish organizations filed a complaint towards the public prosecutor's office in Spain, and we are hoping that the public prosecutor investigates this case and brings charges in front of the National Court. There's been a huge campaign led by the BNC, Basque groups, international groups for 6 years now, calling on CAF to end its role in the Jerusalem Light Rail. The second one is the one I already mentioned in my speech, is Sidenor. Sidenor is a Basque company that has been selling steel to IMI systems for years, and of course to a military company. So the steel was used to make weapons for the Israeli military. The Palestinian community of Catalonia filed a complaint against Sidenor, representing the whole coalition in Spain that's called the End the Arms Trade with Israel. And I think what's important in this case is that when we found out, I think it was the Ditch, the Irish paper that published this, when we found out that there was steel from Sidenor in the port of Barcelona, we coordinated amongst Catalan groups with Basque groups and Basque trade unions to pressure Sidenor. And the day after, Sidenor publicly said, okay, we're not going to sell any more steel to Israel. So part of the victory, well, an important victory was achieved, is that Sidenor is no longer selling steel to Israel. But we'd already filed the complaint against the National Court. And some months later, we found out that the court has decided to investigate 3 board members of Sidenor. This is the first time there is a case in Spain where executive members are being investigated for complicity with genocide and also for smuggling. So here is where the whole reparation aspect enters, right? Because it's true that this crime is not being committed anymore, but it has been for so many years. This company has been profiting from selling steel to a company that is profiting from genocide. And this should be investigated and accountability should be held. And it's important to say here that the prosecutor, unfortunately, has been trying to boycott this case from the beginning. They didn't agree with a Palestinian doctor from Gaza giving testimony to this case. They also didn't agree with the police searching the offices of this company, because what the company is saying is that they didn't know that the steel sold to a military company was going to be used for weapons. They probably thought it was going to be used for flower vases or something like that. But during this police search, there was a document found in their offices that clearly said shells next to an exports paper. So they're trying to use technical reasons to stop this case, but it is clear that seen or knew what this deal was being used for and that has been committed these terrible crimes. And last but not least, eDreams, which is an online platform that has been for many years as well profiting from hosting accommodation in illegal Israeli settlements. This is part of a broader case, such as I'm sure you've heard of the case against Booking. So these are all cases that are happening. Oh, and also against Maersk, which is, I'm sure you know, one of the biggest companies in the world that is deeply involved in arms transits, including in Spanish ports. So we call for all of these cases to be investigated and for accountability.
Thank you. Anis?
No, I'm not aware of any court cases against big tech, but that would be a very, very interesting things to explore, certainly. It's obvious, and I'm just going to quote Francesca Albanese on that the genocide is not possible without the complicity of the state, but also some big companies behind, and big tech here has a crucial role to play. And it's, this is not an Oxfam position, but it's a personal thinking. I mean, like given the militarization of Europe at the moment and the exportation of all this technology, which was tested in Gaza, I mean, there is lots of thinking and probably an opportunity to explore also a case against big tech. I'm not going to do the catalogue of the court cases which are happening in Belgium, because I see that our colleague Hans Lamerand with the maestro, the master in this field, is here and is going to speak this afternoon. We have been, but just two things, we have been like a group of civil society organization taking a case against Zim, the exporter of, not an exporter, but it's a transporter, Israeli transporter. And Ansi will tell more about it. And also in Belgium, you had a very, very interesting case for the ones who don't know. It's also a group of civil society organization. Oxfam was not part of it, but who took an action against the Belgian state for failing its obligation under Article 1 of the Genocide Convention. And in a miraculous judgment, the Court of Appeal of Brussels said that it was competent to look into the case, and actually looking at the measures that the Belgian government took regarding transit and arms exports, say that Belgium intervened too late and the measures that it took were insufficient. So it's really worth it going on with the lawfare, absolutely.
Thank you. Ambassador?
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador. I don't have a question, but I just want to say that I am so happy to listen to the four expert presenters about the different subjects that they tackled. I believe that the situation in Europe, although it might not be yet complete in terms of making major shifts and changes in policies of governments and the European Union, but you are on the right track of really making a big difference. And we appreciate that, and we welcome that. Europe is extremely important, and also the United States. And when I refer to the $730 million that the Israeli government is allocating in the budget of the Foreign Ministry for next year for public diplomacy, they want to spend it in changing public opinion in the United States and in Europe, which means that you are doing something right, not only you, but also your officials that we spoke to in the European Union yesterday, especially those who were exhibiting some frustration that they are failing in making a difference. I think that from that small example, that when you allocate this huge amount of money using experts in the field of propaganda and influencing public opinion as if it's only a technical issue, of how much money you spend advertising and how many group of people you can take in tourism junket and to tell them, you take them to around Gaza and look at the communities that they suffer so much, to try to change the picture to a picture of they are being the victims, so that people to sympathize with them for the genocide that they committed against the Palestinian people, thinking that all of us are idiots and we will buy this kind of argument. They tried it all along. I don't believe that they are succeeding. I know that they take so many delegations from countries at the United Nations to listen to their narratives, and they come back after they spend so much money on them, business class tickets, 5-star hotels, treating them royally, and then at the end of the day, we have resolutions. We don't have, resources like them, and then the position of the international community is crystal clear that they're not buying this propaganda. They might influence one country, 2 countries to shift their voting at the UN, but in the scheme of things, they are not fundamentally causing significant shift in international public opinion to be reflected in voting, which means policies of countries. So I think that for you, these are signals that they are very uncomfortable with the situation that is unfolding in Europe and to a certain extent in the United States, when 40 senators, Democrats, for the first time in history, voted not to sell weapons to Israel of the kind of the 1,000 pounds of bombs that cause massive devastation against our people in Gaza. This has never happened in the history of the United States, in which the Democrats and the Republicans, they think that Israel is a consensus issue. It is not an issue of differences. So now that doesn't mean that you should be complacent and put, your hand in a jug of cold water and, nothing is going to affect you. But you should be, you should be aware of it, and you should, plan your policies in order to expose it so that they don't succeed in trying to brainwash people and officials not to do the right thing. I think that I am eager now to listen also to the presentation in the afternoon. We've organized so many civil society organizations. We're all together are maturing in our own way. Like in the past, maybe we used to argue in certain ways, including interfering in the political thinking of the Palestinians. So instead of showing solidarity, you are siding with, some of you, siding with different trends within our society. Like in all societies, you have different political trends. But in the history of national liberation movements, there was always solidarity with the struggle of the Palestinian people without getting involved in the internal picture of the Palestinian situation. I am happy to see this sophistication in maturity displayed over the years with civil society organizations. You're doing your work, which is great, and you are not stepping on the feet of others, and that also should be inspiring to representatives of governments and to us as a committee at the United Nations. It's each and every one of us, we need to do our work. Whether it is huge work or small work, every work for the rights of the Palestinian people and for justice for the Palestinians is important. The idea is we need to move people to work, to do something. And at the UN, it took us tens of years to reaffirm our rights through resolution. And just only the last few years, we shifted into, after this accumulation of the details of our right, into the more complicated stage of implementing our rights. And that requires much more mobilization from all of us in order really to force Israel and those powerful who support it that this is the time for the implementation of the rights of the Palestinian people. We cannot wait any longer. And I think that you are doing a remarkable job. I learned a lot from you, and I'm looking forward to learn from the rest of you this afternoon, and we have to stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Giulia Bordin from Pax Christi International. I have a question directly pretty much to all the panelists, but I would like to hear first from Mr. Francavilla. I would like to know, according to you, considering also the background that we have from these past years, how advocacy at UN member states level could be more impactful now?
Thank you. I think we need to fine-tune our strategies. There are many tools, and many of those tools were mentioned now. But one of those is, of course, litigation, which is done against companies, which is done against states. But I would argue there is sufficient ground for member states of the EU to bring the EU to the European Court of Justice for failure to act, be it on the suspension or the cessation agreement, be it on the ban of settlement trade. The latter being not a sanction, but a matter of mere compliance with international law. Again, we wouldn't sanction Israel because there are new settlements or more murders by the settlers, but we would bring EU trade law in line with international law, implementing the ICJ advisory opinion. There is, of course, the BDS movement, both as individuals and as collectives, which is very important. I think we need to increase the political price for member states to not act. And I'll cite an initiative that Human Rights Watch, Amnesty, Oxfam, and others just did in Sweden, where we sent a questionnaire to candidates for the elections. The elections will be in September, and we asked them, how do you intend to implement international law on Israel and Palestine? Which action will you actually take? And there is a detailed list of questions, because Sweden is a state that claims to be committed to international law, but then, like many others, when it comes to Israel and Palestine, there is an exception. And we will publish the results of the questionnaire before the elections, so that people know. So there needs to be a degree of political accountability on this issue. In the same way, I think we should fine-tune the narrative. It is not of great use to say the EU is not doing this, the EU is not doing that. Who in the EU is preventing the EU from doing this or that? We mentioned earlier in my presentation some of the majorities and the mechanisms and how it works. There is an initiative from Amnesty. They are targeting the heads of state, the prime ministers in Germany and in Italy, who weigh a specific weight in the decision-making of the Council, and basically almost single-handedly suffice to stop the suspension of the trade pillar or the cessation agreement. So let's blame Italy, let's blame Germany. It's too easy to blame the EU, but then this also shields Germany, Italy, and others from the accountability that they should have. And I'll conclude maybe on what you mentioned, Ambassador. I think the education and the awareness raising over the past 2.5 years across the population in Europe and in the United States has been incredible. People have read books, people have familiarized, people have questioned a reality that was spoon-fed to us in the West, and a narrative that was spoon-fed to us. I think the degree of empathy for the Palestinian people has increased dramatically. This has come at an unspeakable and unbearable cost for the Palestinian people. It shouldn't have taken that long. It shouldn't have been that. I will take little credit for that. I think most, if not all, of the credit goes to the Palestinian people from Gaza, to the hundreds of journalists who have been killed as they continue to show us the reality on the ground. And those are seeds that have been planted in the minds of European citizens and US citizens. It will be very hard to unroot. But persuasion can go a long way. Money can go a long way. So I wouldn't take it for granted that this will not be the case. I think we need to continue to intensify the efforts, but also to fight, and I conclude the fatigue that we're feeling, the frustration as NGOs and the civil society community in general. We continue to write letters, to mobilize, to do campaign, to come up with new initiatives, questionnaires, etc. And it's all drops in a bucket that never seems to be full enough. And then you have the sanctions against 3 reputable Palestinian NGOs. You have the sanctions against the ICC, which is an institution that we all rely on to ensure accountability. You have a demonization of NGOs, including by some members of the European Parliament and elsewhere. You have some people, including a minister in Europe, who is starting to take seriously videos from NGO Monitor or Human Rights or UN Watch, to great embarrassment to the so. The forces are very strong also on the other side, and the resources on our side are smaller, and the fatigue is strong. So we need to get some victory. We need to celebrate some victory when it comes, and we need to better use the resources that we have, I think, for incremental change to address this crisis.
Go ahead, Ambassador.
Sorry for taking the floor again. In the case in Europe, and also in the case of fight in Europe in fighting against apartheid, there was a unique, powerful role for trade unions. I mentioned, in Ireland, that worker, he was trade unionist. And also in terms of weapons, you gave the example of Belgium, and they don't want to be involved in the case legally. But I understand trade unionists in Belgium, in Germany, in Spain, especially workers in ports, refuse to load and unload weapons. So they discovered that there are weapons destined to Israel from these ports, and they took action, collective action, and that was very, very, very effective. Of course, I don't know whether we have a representative of trade unions in the second panel in the afternoon, or if our friends who are in the panel today, in this morning and in the afternoon, to maybe consider bringing the trade union into this movement, because they are a formidable force and they are capable, to implement their position through action collectively. And this also brings me to another thing, to compare your situation to the situation in the United States. In the United States, besides, the heroism of the Palestinian people, which inspired people, and also the large amount of sacrifices that created empathy, it was a historical accident that there was a movement ready to embrace justice for the Palestinian people in the United States. The movement that started with Black Lives Matter, which succeeded in unifying so many different sectors of society in the United States, from Latinos, trade unions, and others. So the movement was ready when the genocide came to Gaza to embrace it. I was a young student, during the anti-war movement in the United States, and they refused at that time to include justice for the Palestinian people in that movement. And it was a massive movement that included so many different sectors, but it was not ready. In this time, there was a similar movement, which is huge, and it covers thousands of cities in the United States, including, I was reading a piece of news of some companies. They were having a conference in New York yesterday, trying to promote selling houses and properties in settlements. And then there was a huge demonstration around the conference, exposing them of doing something illegal, doing something that is not in line with the ICJ, as settlements are illegal and so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to say that in the case of the United States, also by accident, that there was this movement that was ready to include and to embrace the movement of justice for the Palestinian people. It's not only done by our community, let's say the Palestinian American community or the Jewish American community. Those are components of this movement, but the historic accident of having a cradle for them, to embrace them and to accept them into a movement of a large group of people, including trade unions. People knowing that if they involve in activism in their trade unions, they lose their jobs. They were doing so and losing their jobs because they believed in this cause of justice for the Palestinian people. So I don't know in Europe if you have some form of a collective approach. Maybe, I don't know, the lessons of the apartheid movement, whether it was sort of like, it was across Europe in a unified way or alliances way, so that to reinforce each other. And maybe like in Spain, it seems that it's much more advanced and radicalized than other places. Instead of being alone, if there is forms of having all of you together and to find, a common platform, so that to implement the theory of that the whole is much larger than the sum of its parts. I don't know if these ideas, you can share some with us, that would be great. Trade unions in Europe maybe is so powerful, and we need to find ways of how they can get involved, because they are the most maybe organized to influence things, action with regard to weapons and other things. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Noor from CARE International. So this question is maybe a bit more for Agnes from Oxfam. So we heard yesterday from our country office that the CMCC is pushing to introduce a second system to bring goods in Gaza called the Mercury system, and it will be applied for all NGOs, even those that are registered. And basically the system classifies all goods as dual-use goods. So I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about how Oxfam would organize or react if such system will be implemented in the end. Yeah.
Thank you very much, because I haven't heard about it yet. Okay, so it's very new. I don't think it's going to change much for the Oxfam situation, because we haven't been allowed to let anything in since March 2nd, 2025. We distributed our last meals at the end of April 2025. So when it comes to Oxfam, nothing comes in. And we are more and more under pressure as well. And the last coffin in the nail is the registration procedure. So for us, I don't think it's going to affect us as much, because our situation is already extremely critical. And we're trying to find other ways, to have our material in through other partners or buying from the local markets, as I say. But of course, there is a legal assessment about that. We all know what the obligations of the occupying power is with regard to the occupied population. So this system or another one, is totally illegal. That said, I would like to answer to Nabil Shat, Ambassador, about the trade unions. It's very much of a pity, actually, and next time invite a trade unionist, and we can help you invite on the panel the excellent comrades who are working here in Belgium. We have 3 different trade unions, in the liberal, far left, and Christian pillar. Unfortunately, there's a comrade which was supposed to be here today, and she could have been speaking about it. But so I'm just going to give second-hand information. You have some of them inside of the trade union who have organized themselves in a collective group called Workers for Palestine. And they are doing an amazing job of really like popular education about Palestine, the connection between Belgian rights and Palestinian rights, like all the conversions of the fights. And really, you can see like all their delegates as well doing a job of education when it comes to workers' rights, but also Palestinian rights. And they have been amazing when it comes also, well, to the garment sector, Zara, all the big companies which are complicit in the apartheid, but as well doing some work as well in the ports, in the harbors of Antwerp, where the result hasn't been as spectacular as they've been in Spain and in Italy, but they're working on that. And of course, we work hands in hands with them. Belgium is also a small country. We all know each other, but they are absolutely crucial in the fight. So yes, those ties exist, and I really would advise like the next time that we invite some of people from SGTB, CSC, and probably from other trade unions in other European countries where I know less of, but in Belgium, I mean, the work that those workers are doing is really to be applauded.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments or recommendations? Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. My question is regarding the competency of the EU institutions versus member states. So when we were talking about the legal obligations of the EU institutions, we tend to hit a bar where, you know, we go talk to the EU institutions, they go, no, we need a qualified majority in the council. But does the EU institutions as is have a legal obligation? Can they do more, or are we stuck in this loop of go back to the member states? Can the EU Commission do more to pressure Israel and to use its leverage to, you know, stop the ongoing genocide and what's happening in Palestine?
Thank you. While panelists are responding to your question, I would also include your 1 minute as a final roundup, because I think we have until 12. Thank you.
Thanks. So very briefly, the EU as an institution has the legal obligation to promote human rights and international law in its foreign policy. Article 2 and Article 21 of the treaty say so. That implies that whoever is in power, whoever wins the election, that obligation is in place. It's not a political choice, it's a legal choice. Could the EU, as an institution, regardless of, you know, the position of member states, have done more? Yes, unfortunately, for the most impactful actions that we spoke about earlier, you need the member states' support. Foreign policy remains mainly a competence of the member states, and therefore you need either the qualified majority or the unanimity. That said, even the narrative has been distorted. The words, you know, you may remember the first weeks after October the 7th, where the battle was whether President von der Leyen should say that Israel has the right to defend itself in line with international law or not. That was the baseline at which we were. As she announced that the EU had quadrupled the humanitarian aid, she was not lifting a finger as that humanitarian aid was rotting in Egypt and in Jordan, or being vandalized by the settlers. So even the narrative has been lagging behind. And she proposed in the State of the Union last year in September these measures. Many were caught by surprise when she announced the proposal to suspend the trade pillar of the association agreement and some sanctions. Conveniently, she didn't include a ban of trade with settlements, which I think was perhaps the most politically achievable one. And then there is some direct funding. They did freeze some direct funding, but overall, the support for the Israeli government from the EU institutions themselves remains very, very strong, and this should be questioned given the obligations that the US. One word on the ambassador: the trade unions have come on board. Many of them, they sign on the joint letter. We had 3 between February last year and just a few weeks ago, on top of others, of course. I mean, things that we worked on as Human Rights Watch. They've been, we have had many trade unions from many places. Not the trade union confederation yet of the EU, because I understand there is some resistance from trade unions in Germany and in Austria to greenlight the support as a union. Of course, there is a difference between signing a letter and then bringing forward the battle, and I think fragmentation is one of the challenges that we face as a movement. That comes even when you draft a letter. Some people want to say occupation, some people want to say annexation, some people want to say apartheid and this and that. There is a lot. It's not in my mandate. But the same happens with the actions. All are welcome, but I think more coordinated action would be more impactful.
Thank you.
On January 8th, 2024, the Israeli professor of international law, Amichai Cohen, gave an interview and said that in case that the ICJ will issue provisional orders against Israel, in the case of South Africa against Israel, the United States is expected to ignore international law and continue to deliver weapons to Israel, but the European Union will not be able to ignore international law, and the weapons from Europe will stop. And we've seen, with great surprise, that Europe has failed to meet its obligations. So even the Israelis did not expect the level of impunity to be so much. I think this relates directly to the issue of the unions, because in the United States, the kind of repression against unionists who wanted to stand in solidarity with Palestine and with international law has been extreme and very violent. In Europe, however, the situation is that the governments are the ones who are failing to meet their obligations, and the unionists remind them what are their obligations. Unionists need to be concerned not about losing their job because they refuse to commit an illegal act, but rather they should be concerned about being held accountable for following an illegal order. And therefore, in the cases that we've seen in many European countries, sadly excluding Germany, not in Germany, but in many other European countries, we have seen that the unionists have taken a moral and legal action, and they were not punished, of course, because the law is on their side. And and I think that we see on a global level, this is something that you mentioned from your memories of the anti-war movement, and indeed in my visits to the United States last year and the year before, I've seen that there is now a regime in the United States which is racist and anti-Semitic and Islamophobic and transphobic and homophobic and sexist and violating human rights and workers' rights on every level. And all of the movements in the United States that are in a state of crisis and emergency about protecting individual and collective rights of people are mobilizing around Palestine, because Palestine is the joint struggle of all of these movements. It's part of this movement. And I think in Europe, where we are seeing also the rise of the far right, and we are seeing the populism, and we are seeing the rearmament, the militarization, the calls for bringing military conscription and diverting funds from necessary civil services to the army. And I unfortunately don't see enough that all the movements for protecting the rights of Europeans mobilizing around Palestine in the same way that we see in the United States, maybe because of this complacency that people don't realize how dangerous the crisis is and how the violations of international law and the atrocities that we see in Palestine will not stop in Palestine. So this is a very important message to civil society.
Yeah, and just some final remarks. I think on the question that was asked on how to increase the pressure, I think something that we need to improve as the Palestine Solidarity Movement is what I was trying to mention in my speech on how we must connect the dots, right? And for example, when we're asking Europe to act, we need to remember what Europe are we talking about? We're talking the same Europe that has transformed the Mediterranean Sea in the biggest cemetery in the world. It's the same Europe that is applying similar policies than the US to migrants and refugees, and is now putting in policies to deport more and more people, and is applying extremely cruel practices on its borders. So I think we need to not see Palestine as something exceptional, but as the most extreme form of colonialism and racism that operates in the world. And I think that connecting these dots, and as Shir was saying now, as social movements, we really need to show up to each other and see how what the brutality of what Israel is doing in Palestine is connected to the Islamophobia that and racism that migrants and racialized people live in Europe, that our neighbors are facing day to day in Europe. And it's by connecting these dots that I think like actors so important such as trade unions also enter, right? And we've seen also in Spain, for example, almost all trade unions are part of our campaign, which is formed by 600 civil society organizations, which is called End Arms Trade with Israel, and has been pushing for an arms embargo for over 2 years. They're a key actor in mobilizing on the streets, and also in some of the legal cases I mentioned, such as CAF and Sidenor. Trade unions have been super vocal calling for these companies to stop being involved. And even trade unionists, they connect the dots. They see that they do not want to be part of these increased militarization when we're being told by governments that there's no money for public health or no money but for public education, but there is for tanks and shells and this increased militarization that is affecting us all. And as the ambassador was saying before as well, if Israel is going to spend all of this money next year to improve its diplomatic relations, it is because, and it's painful to say this, because of course the brutality of Israel's crimes in Palestine is so brutal, is so terrible, it's very difficult to say this. But right now, Israel is more isolated than ever. That is the reality. The only ones who still support Israel openly are the far right. So there is something of what we're doing that is working. And part of the strategy of the fascists, they wanted to demoralize us. They want us to make us feel that whatever we do, nothing matters because nothing will change. So what's important is that we remember that what we do matters, what we do is working, but it is not enough. And that's why we need to increase much more the pressure. And what is the moral and political and economic cost of nowadays to still support Zionism, to still support Israel? So we need to keep on doing what we're doing, but increase the pressure so much more. Thank you.
After Alice, I don't know what to add. I mean, yeah, the thing is that, well, I did my political education around the Second Intifada, and I can see that right now you have a new generation which is doing all its political education around the genocide in Gaza, and it's absolutely terrible to that. They must have been such a human cost, I mean. But the convergence you see between all the different fights over the forms of oppression are all coming together, and in the psyche of this new generation, and Palestine crystallizes this. And I think this is what is giving us a lot of hope, and that we certainly should not give up. Because behind that, I mean, it's very much about the world that we want. It's to say that, well, we as human beings, we deserve much better than this. So we need to keep on raising our voices for Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes our deliberations for panel 1. On behalf of the committee, I would like to convey our appreciation to the speakers for their insightful contributions, and to all participants for enriching the discussion with their questions and comments.
Excellencies, distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm Dailenis Moreno Guerra, Deputy Permanent Representative of Cuba to the United Nations in New York. Welcome back again. We are now ready to continue our consultations with Panel 2, entitled Recommendations, a Roadmap for EU Action. In this session, we will examine concrete policy entry points for the European Union and its member states, including the EU-Israel Association Agreement, measures relating to illegal settlements, the implementations of current diplomatic initiatives, and the arms trade in the context of breaches of international law. As in the earlier panel, we will first hear from our speakers and then open the floor for questions and comments. May I again encourage all panelists to keep within the agreed time limit. Our first speaker this afternoon is Ms. Eve Jetty, Director of Amnesty International Brussels office, who will address the EU-Israel Association Agreement and the case of its suspension. Ms. Jetty is the head of Amnesty International's European Institutions Office and Director of Advocacy. She spearheads her organization's work advocating towards the EU and the Council of Europe. Ms. Jetty has the overall responsibility for developing and implementing strategies to influence EU institutions and the Council of Europe on Amnesty's regional and global human rights priorities. Previously, she worked in Belgium on migrants' rights. She has an academic background in international human rights law. Ms. Jetty, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished representatives, colleagues. I'd like to start by thanking the committee for this invitation and also to the panelists from this morning for the really excellent interventions. I'm here to speak about the EU-Israel Association Agreement and why it should be suspended. I think it's important to start by saying that suspension is an important and a critical step in the EU roadmap for action, but it's also a very basic and a very obvious step which the EU should have taken a long time ago. The only reason I'm here to speak to you about it today is because even this step is one that the EU member states have failed to take. They failed to take it despite Israel's genocide on Palestinians in Gaza, despite its illegal occupation of the West Bank and its intensified apartheid against Palestinians under its control, and despite its unlawful attacks in Lebanon. Any one of these violations of international law should have spurred action to ensure accountability and justice, and yet the EU member states and EU leaders have repeatedly refused to act, and they've rolled out the red carpet for Israel when they should be sticking to their own red lines. 2.5 years into Israel's genocide in Gaza, and EU inaction is increasingly looking like complicity. So to start, what is the EU-Israel agreement and why does it matter? It's been in force since the year 2000, and it's the legal and institutional framework for political and economic cooperation between the EU and Israel. And importantly, it gives Israel privileged access to EU markets. The agreement, as we've heard, is conditioned on respect for human rights, Article 2. Now, I recently took a look through Amnesty's archives, and I found that 25 years ago, on the 14th of May 2001, less than 1 year of the EU-Israel agreement being in place, Amnesty International wrote to EU foreign ministers, calling them to take action to address violations by Israel. And we warned 25 years ago, and I quote, "Unless the EU addresses the serious human rights violations, especially the deterioration which has accompanied the recent intifada, we believe that Article 2 will remain an empty formula." At that time, we called on the EU to lay down benchmarks, demanding an end to killings, an investigation into every death, an end to closures and house demolitions, and that these benchmarks should be evaluated before any decision on other measures in the framework of the association agreement be taken. 20 years ago, in July 2006, We again called on EU foreign ministers to take action under the agreement. At that time, we called for a review of the agreement with Israel in light of human rights violations, which at that time included attacks on civilians and the deteriorating humanitarian situation in the West Bank and Gaza. At that time, we noted Israel is systematically and deliberately breaching international law by targeting civilians, and we said that a review should also address Israel's overall policies towards the Palestinian territories. In 2002, when the EU-Israel Association Council was announced after a 10-year hiatus, Amnesty called for a comprehensive review of EU-Israel bilateral relations to ensure consistency with EU commitments and ensure that EU dealings were not contributing to facilitating the crime of apartheid or other crimes under international law. So, 25 years of this agreement. And what do we see? We see the EU playing a critical role in the Israeli economy, a critical role in Israel's science and technological development. But what role can the EU claim in terms of Israel's respect for human rights? What role can it claim in the face of crimes against humanity, of apartheid, genocide, illegal occupation? The outcome of this agreement, what we see is that the EU has become Israel's largest trading partner. In 2024 alone, Israeli exports to the EU accounted for 28.8% of Israel's total exports. This despite the EU finally recognizing in its own review of June last year that Israel has breached Article 2 of the Association Agreement. And last September, as was mentioned, following extensive public pressure, President von der Leyen proposed a partial suspension of the agreement's trade-related provisions. And yet even this limited and, we would say, desperately insufficient proposal continues to be blocked by member states. Now, the rationale for the suspension is clear. Legally, the EU has to comply with its own treaties. It has to comply with obligations under international law, and this includes the obligation to prevent and punish genocide. Israel is blatantly breaching the association agreement. Suspending it is an obligation, and if conditions for such preferential treatment are not met, then preferential treatment must be revoked. It should only be resumed if Israel's conduct changes in a way that conforms to the agreement's human rights clause. The EU and its member states have a clear legal and also a moral obligation to end impunity. And for decades, just looking not only at what's in front of us today, but looking over the past 25 years, Israel has been enabled to continue its violations against Palestinians, including genocide, unlawful occupation and apartheid, with complete impunity and just with privileges and benefits. So the question is, and one of the reasons we're all here today, is why has the EU and its member states not acted yet? Under EU voting rules, as was explained this morning, full suspension of the agreement requires all 27 states. This is unfortunately extremely unlikely, despite the overwhelming evidence to hand. We see that there's 8 states who've consistently opposed measures, namely Italy, Germany, Austria, Bulgaria, Czechia, Greece, Hungary, Lithuania. What's achievable now, because of this political positioning of member states, and what we think at the very least the EU should do is carry out a partial suspension, focusing on the trade chapter. EU voting rules mean that those states with a larger population play a key role. So I would concur with Claudio's input this morning that support from either Italy or Germany would sway the vote towards a qualified majority needed for that partial suspension. Now, it's key to note on the EU voting rules, these were designed to ensure that EU citizens were represented in decisions. And it's very clear that on the question of suspending the EU-Israel agreement, the gap between the member states' positions, between what politicians are voting or blocking and what the European public want is undeniable. The Justice for Palestine initiative, which is mentioned, secured over 1 million signatures of EU citizens calling for a suspension of the association agreement in just 3 months. That's the fastest growing European citizens initiative in history. Notably, Italians have supported the ECI en masse. It's among the countries with the highest level of participation. It's also notable that public opinion in Germany has shifted. Polls in Germany have showed that 76% of Germans think that Israel's actions in Gaza are unjustified. 62% of Germans believe it constitutes genocide. Add to this the voices of 20 UN experts, over 400 former EU ambassadors and diplomats, and 91 human rights humanitarian organizations and trade unions, all calling for the suspension of the association agreement. We saw huge protests across Europe demanding for an end to Israel's crimes. Here in Brussels, we've seen EU staffers for peace, that's staffers of the European institutions, who are creating pressure inside the institutions. NGOs, including Amnesty, who've undertaken painstaking research to conclude that Israel's genocide in Gaza is ongoing and that its system of apartheid against all Palestinians whose rights it controls are intensifying. And we've seen many journalists and academics, despite pressure, coming out and taking the time to point out the glaring double standards. And yet every time EU foreign ministers meet in Brussels or Luxembourg, the bureaucratic machine goes into overdrive. We see delays, mechanisms, procedures, qualified majorities. At best, they issue words of condemnation. At worst, they provide cover for Israel's crimes, and in all cases, they fail to take any meaningful action. So not only is the EU greenlighting Israel's violations, but it's risking complicity in them. Amnesty International, we've launched a global campaign to call on the EU to suspend its association agreement with Israel. We have a global petition and a series of actions which will happen across capitals in Europe, but also around the world, to pressure Germany and Italy to act. Our supporters worldwide will be targeting Giorgia Meloni and Friedrich Merz to urge them to vote for the suspension of the agreement and stop greenlighting Israel's genocide. We see that millions of people around the world are calling on their leaders to act. We're seeing shifts, as I mentioned, in Italy too, the suspension of its defense cooperation with Israel, openness now to considering restricting trade with settlements. And also Israel's new death penalty law has really created outrage among many of the member states. The whole EU 27 condemned. Germany, it's Italy, France, joint statement with UK, Australia and New Zealand as well. So now is the time for clear and concerted EU action. To conclude, Your Excellencies, distinguished representatives, colleagues, mass atrocities have existed in the past. Apartheid ended in South Africa due to widespread economic and cultural isolation and intense internal resistance. And looking at genocides, looking at their genesis, their escalation, their de-escalation, we see a number of outcomes. One, a completed genocide. A population is eradicated, displaced or subjugated. For instance, the Armenian genocide. We've seen them ended through foreign military interventions, like in Cambodia, Bosnia, or the Holocaust. Or we see them ending through international pressure and isolation. Mass atrocities of genocide, apartheid, illegal occupation, they're also not new issues for the EU. It is a union which was founded to prevent the recurrence of mass atrocities and to foster peace through economic integration. This prevention of mass atrocities was a key motivation for the establishment of the EU, and its entire structure was built to ensure peace protection and move from conflict to cooperation. So the refusal to suspend this agreement is not only a gross betrayal of the EU's founding values, but it's really a horrific distortion of a structure that was designed to ensure never again. And while there's no shortage of tools at the EU's disposal to put concrete pressure on Israel, suspending trade benefits is one of the most powerful ways that it can exert immediate and meaningful pressure. On the 11th of May, EU foreign ministers will face a defining test of their values, their principles, and their commitment to human rights and international law when they meet here in Brussels. And as public, political, and diplomatic pressure continues to mount, these foreign ministers have a choice. They either continue Israel's red carpet treatment, or they start enforcing EU's red lines, which Israel has made a mockery of. And if, as a collective, EU as a collective fails, it's critical that individual member states take unilateral action or concerted steps to bring their actions in line with international law. This takes precedence over EU and national law, and this means that they need to conduct themselves as if the agreement was suspended. If those member states feel strongly enough about international law and human rights, they must unilaterally suspend all forms of cooperation with Israel that may contribute to its grave violations of international law. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Jetty for her presentation and for framing one of the key policy debates before the European institutions. Our next speaker is Ms. Evin Insir, member of the European Parliament and the Parliament's rapporteur for relations with the Palestinian Authority, who will speak on EU obligations to address illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory and the need to move from words to action. Ms. Insir is a Swedish social democratic politician who has served as a member of the European Parliament since 2019, representing the group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats. She is active in foreign affairs, civil liberties, and equality issues. In the European Parliament, Evin Insir serves in the Committee on Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs, and the Committee on Foreign Affairs since 2019. In December 2020, Insir received the Best Newcomer Award at the Parliament Magazine's annual MEP Awards. In June 2022, she won the Diversity, Inclusion and Social Impact Award at the MEP 2022 Awards. Ms. Insir, it is a pleasure to welcome you. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to speak at this important gathering. I always think several times, and then I change how should I start when I talk about the situation in Israel and Palestine. First time I went to both Israel and Palestine was back in 2006. I was very young, part of a delegation from my youth movement, the Swedish Social Democratic Party. And one thing that everybody was constantly talking about was importance of keeping the status quo in order to then find a solution. The word status quo was always appearing. But what I understood very, very fastly is that there is no status quo. There has not been, and there is no status quo. The only thing that was existing and still exists is it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And soon, if it continues like this, a two-state solution will be impossible. Some people even say that today the situation is at the stage where it is impossible. But if it really continues like this and nothing happens, it will become impossible. And 2019, when I was elected as member of the European Parliament for the first time, I also realized the hypocrisy when we start discussing about the situation and about the occupation. Why I'm saying hypocrisy is that we talk about international law and we say how important it is, and many times we act in accordance with international law and show that we defend it. And for example, in the context of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, I think EU is acting as it should act, in the side of the oppressed. But when it comes to Israel and Palestine, and when it comes to the actions of Israel in general, we fail. And why do we fail? I think there are several reasons to why EU fails. One is that people mix the criticism against the Israeli government with anti-Semitism. Honestly, anti-Semitism within our union is real, and we need to prevent and combat it in our union. But some of those who actually are those biggest anti-Semitic legislators even, and actors in our union, are those playing the defenders of the state of Israel, regardless of what Israel is doing. So that shows that the issue is not about anti-Semitism when criticizing the Israeli government. It is about us being able to uphold and have several thoughts in our heads at the same time, to use our brain cells, at the same time, that we can prevent and combat anti-Semitism, and we can prevent and combat any other kind of violations of international law, as the Israeli government is right now doing through its occupation when they are violating. And this silence is shame. Another thing that I saw very fastly was that this was a left and right issue. It's not about left and right international law. It is about right and wrong. And I must say that I have been very, very disappointed towards many of my colleagues on the right, the political right side, conservative and center-right side, when they have constantly failed to not only see, but to actually go from words to actions. And when it comes to the actions, we know that one of the biggest threats, of course, to a two-state solution is the expansion of settlements. And the settlements are growing and growing, and later, among the latest one is the E1 that is in making right now. And what do the European Union do? Totally nothing. But we managed to continue talking about the importance of two-state solutions. So, I mean, what I'm saying, what I was just underlining with hypocrisy is also that it is impossible to become trustworthy when we talk but not able to walk the talk. Where the international law, when it's implemented, depends on who is the perpetrator and who is the victim. There is quite a lot of actions that the European Union can take. First and foremost, what was just mentioned, the EU-Israeli Association Agreement. In Article 2 in EU-Israeli Association Agreement, and I think we all know it in here, it constitutes very clearly that both parties, Israel and the EU, needs to respect international law and democratic principle, human rights principle within its domestic policies as well as in their external policies. But we know that Israel is not respecting them. And what do we do in the EU? We just continue as business as usual. We have a group of people in the European Parliament try to push for a suspension of the whole EU-Israeli Association Agreement. We came to a point where we understood that there is not a majority, especially during this mandate. So what we try to do is see, okay, can we then ask for partial suspension? The Commission has put forward, as you know, proposals for a partial suspension, but even that, they are not being able to go forward with due to how it looks in the Council, especially. And we know that most of the issues related to foreign policies, unfortunately, are national competence, which means it requires a unanimity among the member states. And this unanimity tool could be important in some cases, but in some cases it is totally so counterproductive and doesn't allow EU to actually do what EU was built to do. EU was built in the same era as UN was developed, and we, after the Second World War, said what happened to then should never ever happen to any group of people, not the Jewish people, not anyone else, not only towards one group, but to any groups. But we fail to respect it due to some interests and actors in our union. So association agreement is one. And then we also already have the International Court of Justice decision of 2024, where it clearly says settlements are illegal under international law, and it is not even debatable. We also have the sanctions mechanisms, which we really do not use as we could use, to target, even though it's been used in some cases, I don't think it's been used efficiently, but to target to have targeted sanctions towards those who are behind the decisions that are being taken. not at least when it comes to the expansion of settlements. We have many times, some of us in the Parliament, demanded that the EU Commission are clear towards Israel in the sense of that enough is enough when it comes to demolition. Demolition at large, but also demolition of EU-funded projects and structures. What do we do when Israeli military or other destroy EU-funded projects? We say bad, but not even compensation are we able to get back. Not even the compensation. I mean, deducted from the support that Israel is receiving from the EU in other places, not even that is being done. So demand a stop, and if it happened, compensation for the EU-funded projects, and of course, member states-funded projects as well. Second, ban, or second, I don't know if it's third or fourth, but ban settlement products. Settlements are illegal under international law. How hard could it be to then ban what should be illegal? I mean, already back in 2019, the European Court of Justice were clear on that products coming from settlement areas, so settlement products, must be labeled what it is, not as made in Israel. That's not enforced in all member states. And this is also something that we have tried to push the Commission to take responsibility for, because it's the Commission's role to enforce the decisions that we are taking and EU frameworks and regulations. But I remember in the beginning, one DJ was blaming another DJ that was blaming a third one. So a commissioner was blaming the other commissioner, and the other was blaming the third commissioner. And of course, also enforcement of the both ICJ and ICC decisions. And then the last one that I think there is quite a lot more we can do, but a few of things that I think the European Union should promptly do. But the last one is weapon embargo, because weapons are ending up in Israeli military hands, and they are being used against civilians in Palestine. The Israeli government was claiming that, yeah, they are on a mission of eliminating Hamas in Gaza. But if that was the case, how come over 70% were children and women, and most were totally, I mean, most of those who lost their lives, who were killed, were totally innocent people. At the same time, we saw how settlements and violence towards Palestinians were growing at the West Bank also. So what was clear for me was that this was not a mission to erase Hamas in any way. It was actually a war against Palestinian people and against Palestine, and the silence of the European Union equaled still complicity, and that is a big shame. We have quite a lot with this said to do in the European Union as well as the Parliament. And some people sometimes during election times say, even, well, it doesn't matter who we vote for or who are the decisions makers on a European level or on a national level within the European Union. But I must say, when it comes to Israel and Palestine, it really matters, because there is a big difference between what we could do and what was demanded last mandate and how the situation actually looks in the Parliament this mandate. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Insir for her intervention and for sharing a parliamentary perspective on policy options available within the European Union. Thank you very much. Our third speaker of the panel is Mr. Hans Lamerand, researcher at the NGO Antigone Global Justice Initiative, and who will address the arms trade in the context of Israeli breaches of international law. Hans Lammerand worked for more than 20 years as legal expert and investigative researcher at the Belgian NGO Brede Sakti Peace Action. The latest years, arms trade was his main focus. His work was instrumental in the Belgian decision in 2009 to not export arms anywhere, with Israel as end user, in exposing violation of this policy and in the growing jurisprudence on arms exports. Now he has started a new organization, Anti-Gun Global Justice Initiative, to continue this investigative and legal work on arms trade, as well as on other business and human rights related issues. Mr. Lameran, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can already build on what Ms. Inchek said, like on the arms embargo. It's clear that arms trade is an important lever in addressing the breaches Israel is doing in the Palestinian territories. Almost no country could sustain its or military operations on its own. Most countries are really dependent on arms trade, on receiving arms from elsewhere. So the international community has, if it wants, a serious influence on what states can do. It's only, let's say, a few superpowers who would be able to continue it, and even then, if you see to Russia, with serious economic consequences for themselves to continue a war against the will of the international community. If we look to the legal framework of arms trade, obligations are in fact quite clear. If you look to the Geneva Conventions, it says there is a duty to respect and to ensure respect in all circumstances of the conventions, so of international humanitarian law. So it's not only the country itself who has to respect, but also to make sure that other countries fulfill that same obligation. The Genocide Convention has a similar obligation. If we look to human rights law, there's something like the right to life, which implies also that states have to regulate dangerous activities like arms trade and to take into account what sort of dangers to life exist. And these sort of international obligations are quite general, but they also apply on what states do in terms of arms trade or in terms of, like for example, the settlements trade. If we look to more specific instruments, there is the Arms Trade Treaty, and it contains a very clear similar obligation. If a state has the knowledge that the arms would be used for the commission of genocide, crimes against humanity, grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions, and so on, there's a clear obligation not to authorize any transfer of conventional arms. There's also an obligation in the Arms Trade Treaty to do arms export control. So for each export prior to the authorization, they have to assess the risk that such weapons would or could be used to commit serious violations of international humanitarian law. So in that sense, in terms of international obligations, there's a quite clear framework. And the EU has also integrated that in its own legal framework with a common position, which defines the common rules on export control and which contain certain criteria which states have to assess when they look at arms trade licenses. Criterion 2 there is to look how the country of final destination respects human rights and international humanitarian law, and there's a clear obligation to deny an export license if there is a clear risk that the military technology will be used in the commission of those serious violations. Criterion 4 looks also to, for example, if the equipment that's exported would be used for aggressively against another country or to assert by force a territorial claim. I think what we see with the occupation really falls under that criterion 4 and would mean that the member states should deny an export license. In that sense, the sort of legal framework within the EU, if you look to the breaches now, and then have not only what's happening the last 2 years in Gaza, but the whole occupation, the International Court of Justice has been clear enough on that, is already a serious breach of international humanitarian law. So these obligations are not just existing for the last 2 years, but in fact already for much longer. Still, the reality is that we see that a lot of European countries continue to export arms to Israel. So there's a clear contradiction between what's in the legal framework and what the member states are actually doing. There's then a lot of excuses around that in terms of, yeah, we look at the risk. If you look to the court case before the International Court of Justice on the arms export, that was the Nicaragua versus Germany one, then the excuse was, yeah, we have a legal framework, we assess the risks, and so on. So the legal framework is in a way almost used as an excuse for not taking provisional measures. So the reality is that the legal framework is almost a sort of plausible deniability framework, while it should be a framework to assess risks and to make sure that the arms trade you do is not used in a way that it violates international humanitarian law. If we look to the figures, then we see in 2024, so the moment when it's quite clear what's happening in Gaza, that France has given licenses for 360 million euros, Germany for more than 160 million, and so on. So there's still quite some countries which continue to export. We see quite similar figures in 2023, but there's still a quite important part of the EU which continues to export arms as before, and even more depending, because there's, let's say, more demand. But then you can question, how do these countries actually apply those human rights criteria or those criteria in their framework on international humanitarian law? Important also, these are just the figures of direct export. There's also a very important role in terms of indirect export. If we look to arms trade from the US, in fact, what's happening, the occupation or the Gaza war, it's a US-supported genocide, put it that way. Israel has a smaller GDP than Belgium, but it receives about double of the Belgian defense budget just in military aid. That means not even to pay soldiers, but in terms of equipment for its army, and then you can indeed continue that sort of breaches with impunity. So it's quite clear that if those legal obligations would be fulfilled and arms trade would be stopped, that there would be not something like an occupation or a Gaza war possible, that Israel would not be able to sustain that. And there in that US export, it's important to see that there's an important role for the EU as well. If you look to the fighter aircraft, they come from the US, but they all contain parts from Europe. About every military aircraft that that Israel is using contains parts produced in Belgium, produced in the UK, produced in the Netherlands. So these are all parts exported where the countries are failing to assess the end user because they just don't want to look that far. They don't want to assess that it's indeed going to Israel. Let's say first industrial destination is then, for example, the UK, where it gets integrated, or the US. But the export to Israel, that's not our job. If you look to all the bombs which are falling in Gaza, they almost, in fact, everything that's produced, let's say, the last 10 years, contains TNT, so the explosive made in Europe, because there's in the US no factory for TNT anymore. There's only one in Poland. So all the bombs which fall contain explosives produced in Europe. So there, Europe, if it would indeed do the effort to apply its own legal framework, would have a serious power to make sure that this all stops. So if you look to the member states' policy, then you see quite some differences. Like it was mentioned already, like Belgium has officially on paper an arms embargo since 2009. That was because of the, let's say, first so-called Gaza war. I always have difficulty with saying first, but that's how it perceived here in the local policy. But at that moment, we saw on our television screens F-16s bombing in Gaza, and those F-16s were all renovated in Belgium 2 years before. When we could expose that, that was at that moment enough to make sure that the Belgian government at least put something in place as an arms embargo, in the sense that when the end user was Israel, they would not export anymore. There's a lot of loopholes in there. Like, for example, if you look to 2023, then you see that, in fact, the fifth exporter in terms of those licenses to Israel was Belgium, because there was an export license for explosive powder again. And the official story was, yeah, but that's for other end users. It's not going to be used by Israel itself. But if you look to the Israeli import statistics, you notice that, well, Belgium had become the biggest source of explosive powder for Israel. And then that story, it's for other end users, it's not really credible anymore. We threatened to challenge that in court, and so for that reason, Belgium also suspended that export license. So the figure of licenses may be still high, but at least we see that when you try to implement checks and balances, then that part worked. And I think that's also one of the important stories to look at that legal framework and make sure that the checks and balances within our countries do work, or at least try to do that effort, because states are not just governments, states are also judicial powers, and there we see, at least in some countries, a sort of a reaction by courts to at least do what the governments themselves don't want to do. We have in Belgium several court cases where the government has been, let's say, convicted. It's not criminal cases, but to use, don't get the right word, but at least got a message that they were not fulfilling their international obligations, and they were allowing to pass too much. That was mostly on transit of arms and also on overflights of arms, where in several cases the government got a message like, you don't only have to act when NGOs are pushing you, you also have to do your investigation yourself and make sure that you control what's passing. If we looked at the Netherlands, there's the case on components for F-35, where in the end the courts also put a clear message to the government, like those criteria are not just something politically, you have to apply them. The violations are clear enough. So in that sense, it's the message when courts actually do the check, and a lot of times courts refrain from checking also, just like the government, by saying like, this is too political, this is government discretion, which place, so we are not going to look at it. But when courts actually do the evaluation, in general, what you see is that courts block those exports. So that should be message enough that, okay, that legal framework, the effort to apply it has to be done. So if I look to broadly the situation, we can say that member states and the EU in general are, let's say, negligent of their obligations. If they apply the framework as it's on paper, let's say, that should take Israel's breaches into account, and that means suspending current export license and also stop giving them. That should also apply for indirect export, it means by other countries, and on issues like transit and overflight. An important element which is often also forgotten is that we import also a lot of military material from Israel, which is in a way an indirect way of supporting the industry. And there you can question, are governments not fulfilling their obligation to do certain human rights due diligence in their procurement law? In fact, if they take it serious, then they should also stop importing that material. if we look to that context, then it's important to see that can we push to make sure that it actually gets applied. I think one of the important things is to make sure that courts step in and fulfill that role. If the governments don't do it, the political authorities, then we have to make sure that the checks and balances start playing, and we see that it doesn't work in every EU member state, but at least in some that can be a road in. Also because that sort of arms trade may be produced in one country, but it passes a lot of countries. That's where the transit comes in. So there's a lot of places where you can act on it. When it comes to the EU, arms embargo is already mentioned. That would be the completely logical measure. But okay, it doesn't, if it's not done, we should also think about the EU Court of Justice. Like arms trade is often seen as a sort of common foreign security policy thing where the Court of Justice has no competence. But if you look to how the Arms Trade Treaty was negotiated by the EU, it was negotiated by the EU and under the common commercial policy. So there is a competence for the EU to take measures and also for the EU Court of Justice to check the application of the ATT by the member states. So there are several ways how member states and the European Union could at least be forced to take this legal framework into account, considering the whole situation of all the whole list of serious breaches of international humanitarian law.
I thank Mr. Lameran for his presentation and for bringing a practical perspective to the discussion on arms transfers and accountability. Our final speaker of the panel is Ms. Lisa Musiol, Head of European Affairs of the International Crisis Group Brussels office. She will address the EU, the New York Declaration, the Global Alliance, and the Gaza Peace Plan. Ms. Musiol works in EU research and advocacy in the independent organization International Crisis Group. She analyzes EU foreign policy in the areas of conflict prevention, peace building, and crisis management. She liaises with EU and member state officials in Brussels to provide crisis groups field-based analysis and policy recommendations. Before Crisis Group, she worked with Human Rights Watch in Brussels, the EU delegation in Tunisia, and the Open Society European Policy Institutes in Brussels. She has worked on human rights, democracy support, international development, and migration. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thanks for to the organizers for having me, and thanks for all of you for coming for this conversation. I try to be brief in the interest of time, even though it's a lot of ground to cover. I'm trying to zoom out a little bit at the sort of the global developments that we're seeing around Gaza and the West Bank, but then looking at what also the EU-specific role can and should be there. So specifically looking at, as you said, the New York Declaration, the Global Alliance, and also the 20-point plan, Trump plan for Gaza. I think what we're seeing at the moment is a clear divide between diplomatic tracks. On the one hand, we have all the initiatives around the Global Alliance and the New York Declaration. And then on the other hand, the Board of Peace and the Resolution 2803. We hear quite a lot, some governments, so including in Europe, claiming that these two processes can somehow be complementary and compatible and can work hand in hand. But it is very important to acknowledge also the tension between these two diplomatic tracks. On the one hand, we have the principles of the Global Alliance, which and the New York Declaration that are really putting Palestinian statehood and self-determination first. And then on the other hand, we have the Board of Peace vision, which essentially imposes a US-led protectorate and has very little, if not no, real Palestinian ownership.
and therefore very, very different approaches in these two different tracks. So work still needs to continue on both, but it is important not to have the illusions that these tracks are necessarily working hand in hand, and be clear about that. Speaking first, maybe I'll look at both of them and also look at what the EU role on both of these tracks and what the EU role can and should be. Starting maybe with the New York Declaration and the work of the Global Alliance. We worry that despite all the efforts to revive it, there is a risk that it has lost some momentum. It's been overshadowed or made subordinate to the Trump plan, and already the prospects have not been very for a two-state solution are increasingly dire, and obviously losing the momentum on this is not helping. However, we still believe the work is extremely important of the work of the global alliances, global alliance, despite the challenges that it is facing. For us, there are several reasons why it's so important. On the one hand, obviously, it's important to maintain that global diplomatic support for a two-state solution and Palestinian legitimate statehood. It's very important to keep this as a clear goal and a diplomatic focus at the global level. And at the same time, it's also very important to have a diplomatic track to discuss the situation in the West Bank, because the Board of Peace is really looking only at the situation in Gaza. And it's very important to look at the situation in the West Bank as well. As we've already said, Israel has accelerated rather than halted the erosion of the West Bank. It has been weakening the Palestinian Authority, expanding settlements, displacing thousands through settler and military violence, and has also increasingly pushing the Palestinian institutions towards a systemic collapse. There's a real risk of that, risk to basic public service provision, potential public security implications as well, risk for Palestinian hospitals, schools, courts, police that may stop functioning. So Israel will do what it can to separate the two issues, to separate Gaza and the West Bank. So it's important to insist on looking at them together. And that also looking at the many actions that are undermining the prospects for Palestinian statehood. So that's where the global alliance is also very important. And also from a multilateral perspective, it's important that there is an alternative, that the international community can present an alternative to the Board of Peace, having some legitimate alternative that other UN member states can invest in and build, even if consensus is not always there. But it's important to not basically put all eggs in the basket of the Trump 20-point plan, but also sort of look at these diplomatic alternatives. So for all of these reasons, it's very important to continue this work. And for the EU, of course, important to continue supporting the global alliances. Global alliance, we had some meetings here in Brussels a few weeks ago. But all of this will not have much impact until there's a real shift also in the EU's position to state much more clearly and openly that Israel is explicitly pursuing policies both in Gaza and the West Bank that are meant to permanently foreclose Palestinian self-determination. And that are directly challenging also the EU's vision for the region and for the two-state solution. And so at the moment, unfortunately, what we see is that the EU is consistently downplaying its leverage with vis-à-vis Israel, while exercising much of its pressure and leverage vis-à-vis the Palestinians. And I think that needs to change. And we've heard already from the other colleagues what the EU's leverage and the pressure can look like, and we need to see that more of that. I think in the last summer we have quite clearly seen that EU pressure can be critical and can work. We've seen in Israel really that it made the Israeli mainstream much more very concerned about the potential social and economic risks and costs of the government's policies in Gaza and the West Bank. And so we've seen that pressure can work. And it's important to get back to resume that pressure. So all the initiatives that the colleagues were speaking about are very important. The EU's focus, of course, in the Global Alliance and also in the coordination with donors for the Palestinian authorities continues to be important. But if the EU wants to continue backing the Palestinian Authority as the focal point for Palestinian governance, it needs to, first of all, step up the financial support also to the Palestinian institutions. But to make this support also sustainable and worthwhile, it really requires more serious pressure on Israel to stop its campaign to break the Palestinian Authority and annex the West Bank. Yeah, it will be, as much as the support from the EU to the Palestinian authorities is important, it has to go hand in hand also with the pressure on Israel. And then on the Board of Peace and the 20-point plan and the UN resolution, I think we've seen also in the EU context quite a lot of emphasis on sort of a wait-and-see approach at the moment, to say we want to see what is happening with that plan before we sort of take more action and put more pressure, to see how the implementation goes, how the Board of Peace is put together, how it will all look like. I think at this stage, the EU and member states had 6 months to judge also how the ceasefire plan looks like, and by most measures, the plan is not fulfilling its promises, as you all know. We still have severe shortages of humanitarian aid. The suffering on the ground continues. Israel continues to bar the entry of many items required for repairs, reconstruction, but even things like caravans and tents. The National Committee for the Administration of Gaza is still not operating in Gaza. More than 750 people have been killed since Trump announced the truce. There's still no agreement on disarmament. The Israeli army is entrenching, not withdrawing, and the Israeli government is even considering to resume the offensive. So what we're seeing at the moment is what Crisis Group has been warning about, and many of you have been warning about when we saw the agreement on the 20-point plan. It's really a grim limbo that suits those that are in power, but also indefinitely continues the plight of the Palestinians in Gaza. And the temporary partition in Gaza risks becoming a long-term partition or long-term reality. So, and at the same time, it's important to not forget that there is a real risk that Israel could resume the military operation again. We hear that more and more now that in Israel, that once the war in Iran dies or sort of comes to a pause or to some sort of a standstill, that then the government might consider also military options again, further than what is already sort of there. So there are real risks as well. So what can the EU do here? The EU is, of course, not officially part of the Board of Peace, but it should, from the outside, try to insist as much as it can, also with the Trump administration, with the Israeli government, and all the important actors, also the regional actors, on the Palestinian ownership in the whole process of the 20-point plan, and push for advancing, obviously, on the phase 1 of the implementation, and especially the key is obviously the decommissioning work. For now, what we see is that Gaza's recovery is really being bottlenecked by the dispute over the disarmament. And I think many European officials and also the regional mediators understand that there's a need for a very nuanced, complex process of decommissioning, a very carefully and sequenced process. But Israel is insisting on a very maximalist view, and is using this to deny Palestinians their basic needs and rights. So we really need also more pressure there from the EU side to ensure that the demilitarization can be realistic, that it can be a realistic process, that any support and essential aid to Palestinians is not linked to the disarmament itself, and also use leverage with the Israeli government and pressure to prevent it from resuming the operations in or the war in Gaza. So without necessarily endorsing the Board of Peace, the diplomatic outreach to Mladenov and to the US administration, to others and the regional actors will be important and needs to continue as well. So when it comes to bringing together the two tracks, I think there has been some efforts recently in these recent meetings in Brussels to do some of this and to increase coordination between the two tracks. I think Palestinian Prime Minister and the High Representative of the Board of Peace have been meeting at the margins of the ad hoc liaison committee meeting, so some of these elements of coordination and some openings for that can be useful. But I think European actors should still be under no illusion that there are fundamental tensions between these two tracks and that they will need to continue on both tracks and that the pressure on Israel remains key for both of those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Musiol. Excellencies, participants, we are now ready to begin our discussions. You are invited to raise questions or comment on the presentations already heard. We shall take a few interventions at a time, after which the speakers will be invited to respond to those comments and questions. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you to all the speakers for their presentations. And my question is for Ms. Incir. I really appreciated your reference to the problem, to the issue of weaponization of anti-Semitism. And my question is if there is hope to reach a strong position on that in the SD European group, given that there are very different positions from your clear statement of distinction through the declaration of the Vice President Picerno that made an equivalence between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. And her political party, the PD in Italy, is doing a draft of law to outlaw anti-Zionism, which is now, for the time being, a legitimate political stance. So my hope and my question is if a stronger position against that can be reached in the SD group. Thank you.
Okay, sir, you have the floor.
Yeah, maybe working on this remark or question. Having been 3 times in Palestine myself and studying the matter, also close reading Ilan Pappé, I have become convinced that the two-state solution is a trap, is an impossibility to start with, a trap and a stratagem, or maybe even a ruse like the Oslo agreements were. So the panel has been mentioning the two-state solution quite a bit. So my question is, do you really believe that this is the way ahead, or is it just the way that we all, as an international community, keep banging our heads against the wall? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. May I ask you, sir, to present yourself, please?
Sorry, I'm Lieven de Kouter, founder of BACBI, the Belgian Academic Initiative for Cultural and Academic Boycott of Israel.
Thank you very much. Yes, madam, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Elif Durmuş. I also represent the same organization, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher on international law at the University of Antwerp. I have my first question is to Lisa Musiol. I wonder whether you see any feasible or realistic path forward for Palestinian ownership of the peace plan, considering the lack of Palestinian ownership at the creation of the peace plan. I wonder what you observe about the creation of it and whether it is fair to expect people to jump on board afterward, or how much room there is even to recognize that necessity. And my second question would be to Hans Lemmerand. Hans, you mentioned that going to the EU Court of Justice could be a possibility because it should have competence over the Arms Trade Treaty. Would you say that it would be wise to sue the EU or individual member states? Yes, that was my question. Or could we explore this possibility further?
Thank you very much, Madam, for your question. I will take one more, and to give the floor to the panelists. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't see the whole event, the whole conference, which is very important. But to be honest, once again, I'm very disappointed not to have any Palestinian expert in the panel. And this is something really important because in Brussels, there is so many Palestinian experts working with civil society. And I think it's important to listen to them because I can see, like, especially from Lisa's comment about the diplomatic track and the multilateralism and the importance of it. Honestly, the only thing that happened at that level is the diplomatic track, that we've been living in it as Palestinians. But what is missing is accountability. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it at all. We spoke about the Palestinian Authority and the importance of strengthening it and the relationship with the European Union. The European Union, they say they are the biggest allies for the Palestinian Authority, but we're still stuck in the humanitarian aspect. I see even from your presentation, we're still speaking about European to feed the pennies to the Palestinian Authority conditions. And when they want to impose conditionality over the Palestinian people, we didn't hear any pushbacks from that, for instance. And we're still thinking about, yes, we want to empower the Palestinian people, but under our rules. We didn't hear from your perspective this lane as well. We don't want to increase our money. We don't want to have like more money, more institutions. The institutions, they will be again destroyed in the next invasion, not even war, to be honest, in the next invasion, as it happens in the West Bank. So I would rather, because there is 1 million signature from the European, because we know in the past 3 years how the millions went into the street, and we know that the millions who spoke about from the river to the sea as well, and we know to what demands they have asked. I think that's what should be discussed when we're speaking about measures, what the EU can do, not to keep strengthening the relationship with the EU. I think we need to be fair more, not to say, yes, we are partners. I believe that's now the position, to take a stand against the EU. And this is how they will respect the Palestinian, I assume. Thank you.
I thank you very much. I will now invite the members of the panels to respond and react to questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for both the questions and, of course, also the comment. I maybe will start from the last to the first. First and foremost, when it comes to the conditionality, I also feel a frustration over how the European Union acts. We have a lot of still a lot of discussions regarding the Palestinian textbooks, but nobody mentions the Israeli textbooks. I talked to a couple of years ago to an Israeli friend, and we were talking about what's happening in the parliament, and then I mentioned the textbook issues, and he said, Evin, but actually I was looking into my daughter's textbook. She was just a couple of years old, and Palestine do not exist in the textbooks, because one of the issues is that the EU also wants in the Palestinian textbook that it should be clear that there is an Israel and there is a Palestine, but when it comes to the Israeli textbook, nobody cares, and how Palestinians are being portrayed, nobody cares. Then after a couple of months, a group of MEPs from the Socialist and SD group, we went to Israel and Palestine, and we went to Knesset, among others. And I met the speaker of Knesset and some other people, and I brought up this issue also, because they were also raising it themselves, the textbook, and that Israel do not exist. And then they took out a map that they showed, and then I said, okay, fine. First question, does Palestine exist? No, EU textbook. The second is, if we talk about Israel and Palestine, according to which border? 67 borders? Because, I mean, most people would agree on 67 borders, but they actually do not agree on it. And it would be a huge step, to be honest, if both Palestine and Israel had the 67 borders, according to, and Jerusalem as the capital of both, because then it would also set the stage and ensure that things are moving forward. So when we talk about conditionality, yes, it's very clear that it's towards the Palestinians, but no conditionality towards Israel. And with this said, it's not that conditionality today when it comes to EU funded projects and EU support do not exist. The conditionality actually exists. What they're talking about are extra conditionalities. Even there is also conditionality when it comes to EU-Israeli Association Agreement. It's called Article 2, but it's not being enforced. Because if it was, the trade agreement, the association agreement would have been suspended long time ago. And I also, of course, agree on the issue of accountability. And in the end, it boils down to one thing, and it is justice for those under oppression, under occupation. And it boils down to the respect for international law and ensuring also, because I mentioned in my first intervention that it also reflects how serious other actors can take the European Union and the credibility of the European Union. I mean, right now on this topic, unfortunately, and this issue, European Union are not credible at all, I can say. But I can also then understand those who are saying, because during the last mandate especially, I was a part of quite a lot of elections observation missions outside of the European Union. I met some actors who were saying, you demand from us to be harsh against Russia. Why aren't you then harsh against Israel? I mean, the criticism is clear. I think you should be both. I mean, that's the only way to show that there is no hypocrisy. Regardless of the perpetrator is Putin or Netanyahu, the same action needs to be taken. And I believe that if we even did a fraction of what we have done towards Russia, Israel would not have continued acting how they are doing and continued with its genocide policies. When it comes to anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, but I would also say anti-Semitism that mixed with any kind of criticism against the Israeli government is very, very, very dangerous. It's dangerous when it comes to the fight against anti-Semitism, and it is dangerous also when it comes to ensuring that to uphold international law. I see that there are some steps taken when it comes to understanding the situation and daring to criticize Israeli government from some colleagues who might not during the last mandate dare to do it or wanted to do it, but it's not a huge change in the parliament. Unfortunately, the far-right movements grow. Last elections, 2024, which means that there is a shift policy-wise. Some issues that were not very controversial last mandate, but not very, are very controversial this mandate. So I'm shocked to see how it has developed. So unfortunately, I do not see any strong, being able to reach any strong position when it comes to the criticism against the Israeli government, except when it came to Gaza now. But it went so far in Gaza that not even among the worst could stay silent anymore. But even that led to, we needed to compromise on, okay, we maybe should not be so harsh on Israel, a bit harsh, but not so harsh. Maybe we can use some words, but not the other words. Instead of saying, you know what, the situation is so serious, it is actually a genocide taking place, over 70,000 people have been killed, and the figures actually now shows that it was even more than 70,000 people. We need to act decisively and harsh, but not even that we could do. We needed to compromise. So answer to your question is there's been a small shift, but not a big one. And on top of it, the change during the last election had made the situation a bit harsher during this mandate.
I thank you very much, Madam. Other reactions from the panel? Yes, you have the floor.
Sure. Thanks very much for all the reactions. Maybe on the Palestinian ownership in the plan, in the 20-point plan. Indeed, that's exactly what I was saying. That it's extremely difficult because already from the onset, the premise of it, and the way it's been created, there has not been the Palestinian ownership, and even the goal is not Palestinian ownership, but basically some kind of U.S. protectorate or so. It's not really. That's not, the goal is not even the self-determination. So that's extremely problematic. So, but it is the reality that is still like a process that is ongoing. And one needs to look at the opportunities that there are to bring in elements. For example, the Technocratic Committee needs to be able to go to Gaza, obviously. Sort of there needs to be small things like that. Obviously, the more the better in terms of openings. It's hard to see necessarily at the moment where the process is going. As I said, it's really stalled. We're in a sort of situation of limbo. It's not really advancing much. But in the end, that needs to be sort of the goal, to bring it in as much as possible for the outside actors. The regional actors are very important there, of course, as well. Not just the EU, but all the regional mediators that are working on this. So it still needs to be focused, but it's an uphill battle. And given that the process is already not going anywhere at the moment, it's hard to see how much room there is to improve it at this stage. And I think on the support to the Palestinian authorities, very much I agree with you. That's what I said. The EU is very much downplaying and not even using its leverage on Israel, but on the Palestinians, it's piling up conditionality, and that's not helpful at all. It's just to say, if the EU insists so much on the Palestinian authorities to be one of the anchors of their work, then at least that is one of the things that needs to be done. But obviously that's more focused on that. But absolutely agree that Mrs. Enchin has also mentioned it, that it's very that these conditionalities should not be there.
I thank you so much for your reaction. I now give the floor to Mr. Lameran to react to comments.
Yeah. I will start with the question on the two-state solution. I agree with the fact that two-state solution looks very unrealistic at the moment, but is a one-state solution at this moment realistic? I mean, at this moment, it would also just be Israel expanding and slowly pushing, doing its ethnic cleansing, continuing. So the two solutions are, in that sense, due to the acts of Israel, both they look pretty unrealistic. And for the rest, I have something like, I'm an outsider. For me, it's the actors in the conflict who will decide what sort of solution comes out of it. For me as an outsider, it is the rules and the obligations of international law have to be followed and applied. And then one of those elements is the self-determination of the Palestinian people, who in the end will have to say, will it become a one-state or a two-state solution? So in that sense, I hesitate to here say, this is the solution to go. It's not my role to define that solution. My role is rather be push for accountability and make sure that those international law rules are getting applied. That's in a way also the sort of reaction I would have on the EU. Like, we have indeed a serious problem with what the EU is doing at the moment. And for us as EU citizens, it's to also push the EU to take its own laws serious and ask a bit of accountability of our own political authorities. Then I come to the question on the European Court of Justice. Like, when it comes to arms trade, most member states want to keep, let's say, a full competence on arms trade. They want to keep the EU a bit out. But if you actually look to the legal framework, the sort of exception for national defense on which that sort of national competence is based is way more limited than a lot of member states are pushing towards. If you look to the negotiations on the Arms Trade Treaty, they were done by the EU Commission under the Common Commercial Policy competences, and it was then the Commission who gave the permission to the member states to sign the treaty. So if you look to that legal construction, it means that the European Court of Justice has competence, which the moment you go to court against, for example, an export license or a transit, that court on a national level can ask a question about it to the European Court of Justice. The Court of Justice will first check its competence, but then that question will be addressed. So there are, in that sense, possibilities in a legal way to push also for more accountability at the European level. And the interesting thing, the moment the Court of Justice looks into it and makes a decision, it applies for the whole of the EU. So in that sense, it's a long battle, but I think it's important in different member states to fight against transit decisions or the lack of it, or the export licenses, just to push it upwards and make sure that there is actually some courts looking at EU level in that framework and making sure it applies.
I thank you very much, Mr. Lameron. I now give the floor to Ms. Jerry to react to comments and questions. Thank you. You have the floor.
Great, thank you very much. So on the issue of a two-state solution, I mean, it's very much a political question. So for Amnesty, our position is that any political solution has to be one that's based on human rights, including rights to equality, non-discrimination, and the rights to victims to justice and reparation. So this also applies to any solution negotiated in order to end Israel's military occupation of the Palestinian territory. For us, it would be key that any agreement includes lifting the blockade, ending the Gaza and genocide in Gaza, ensuring the removal of illegal settlements, ending apartheid, guaranteeing equal rights for Palestinians and Israelis, respecting Palestinians' right to return, and upholding the rights of victims on all sides to justice and reparations. I think a key message that we're often raising when we meet EU and member state officials is to stop hiding behind these empty claims of support for a two-state solution, and while at the same time failing to recognize realities on the ground. And realities on the ground are of territorial fragmentation, dispossession of land and property, segregation and control, deprivation of economic social rights, and a large number of inhumane acts. So our key call in any solution is that it focuses on the lived reality of Palestinians in the occupied territories in Israel and Palestinians abroad who are unable to return. That should be the focus on all diplomatic and political engagements, bilaterally and multilaterally.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jerry. Any further reaction from the panel? Okay. From the state of Palestine, I have the honor to give the floor to Minister Mansour. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, and also I want to thank the panelists, for their contribution. In the morning session, there was heavy concentration on action in Europe to influence the governments and the European Union to be more faithful to their commitments as it relates to international law and to hold Israel accountable for violation of that. I said in the morning, I was impressed by the level of maturity that I've seen in comparison, let's say, to conferences that we had in Belgium debating issues related to Palestine. And also, it is great in all solidarity movement to maintain unity around issues that you don't have this agreement over there. So therefore, what are we united around? And who gave us the power to be united because they resolved the discussion? The ICJ. When the ICJ says that this occupation is illegal and it has to be terminated as quickly as possible, do we have this agreement among us on this issue? We don't. And when they say that annexation is illegal, settlements are illegal and should be dismantled, and the settlers should be returned back to Israel, do we have disagreement over these issues? We don't. So let's concentrate on these issues and leave for the Palestinian people in exercising their right to self-determination, including statehood and the right of the refugees to return, to the moment when we accomplish these objectives. Let's not regress to some of the discussions that we had in the past, which are of an abstract nature. One state, two states, I don't know how many states. Let us all work hard in what unify all of us, and nobody is disagreeing with the ICJ ruling, which, by the way, the going to the ICJ and preparing for the ICJ, it was not done as a gift from anyone. It was the Palestinians who did it through their representative. And they consulted for more than 10 years with all legal brains as to, should we go with one question? Should we go with two questions? Is the situation existed as 10 years ago, or it evolved? Should we pay attention to Amnesty International report about, apartheid, and it is manifesting itself in the occupied territory or not, and other important reports that were also circulated? So we took all these things into account, and then we decided that we're going to go with several questions, not only one question, as some who were pushing very hard for us to go quickly to the ICJ with one question. What are the legal ramifications of prolonged occupation? But things were changing on the ground. Then we said we need to inject the issue of denial of our right to self-determination, the system of discrimination that amounts into apartheid, and all of the other elements that were reflected in it. And then we had a historic ruling by the ICJ when they say that occupation is illegal and it has to end. Let's accomplish that. After we, the Palestinian people, accomplish the objective that our land is free. Isn't this what all of you were saying in the streets? Ceasefire now, free Palestine? Let's accomplish that. Let's work on that. Let's not deviate from that, because I think that all of us learned the more we are unified from what the people said to us in the streets, the more we get closer to effectiveness and helping the Palestinian people to accomplish their objectives. And after all, nobody is going to decide for us our political platform. It is us, the Palestinians, that we will decide it. And we are not orphans. We paid dearly for what we've accomplished. We have differences like all movements, like all countries. You have differences of opinion, but at the end of the day, we will decide. Now, realities sometimes are so cruel to us. Do you need more than the reality that we went through the war of genocide in the Gaza Strip and still, unfolding? Do you want us to tell you the unfairness that was imposed on us and what others did? They're trying to stop the movement of history that was moving very strongly before, during, after the ICJ historic ruling, and then we came up with something new in which it attracted the attentions of Arabs and Muslims and other countries, we learned the Palestinians not to go into suicide missions. We suffered enough, but we are resilient enough to survive all of the unfair things that are happening to us. As long as we are staying in our homeland, we are not leaving that land, and we are not going to allow Israel to succeed in implementing the program of Palestine without people. They want to kick our people from occupied Palestine, from the Gaza Strip, from the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and they want the land so they can fulfill the dream that Palestine is a country without people and the Jews are people with a country. So all of us are doing these things, and I think it's wonderful that all of you also do your thing. Concentrate on things that can be accomplished, not to send weapons from Europe to Israel. Suspend the trade treaty. Accomplish these small things. They are great things. It gives you the courage to accomplish more. It was a brave Sweden more than 10 years ago, after Iceland, that recognized the state of Palestine. All of you in Europe, the other governments, you were laughing at Sweden. You're saying that we don't want to follow that reckless, adventurous, step that Sweden has taken. But Sweden proved that it was correct. Now you have 1,500 countries recognizing the state of Palestine. It was not a gift to us, because the millions of you who were demonstrating in the streets, you were saying, stop the genocide and free Palestine. And that counts, that's action. And I believe that from your side, you keep doing these things and add more to it, action. And from the other side, the governmental side, we've been meeting with the different components of the European Union, supporting the things that you are doing, especially on the suspension of that treaty. We, the Palestinians, we have a duty to take care of our people. So when we come and ask for a just thing, that the European Union to help us, to help UNRWA, to help the refugees, to help the authority, because the authority pays salaries of its people and then pays money for the programs that cater to our people. We know that you impose conditions on us, but we are the interest of our people and defending it more important than anything else. So sometimes we are forced to swallow things that we don't like, but always the interest of our people is above everything. So I hope that in this remarkable conference in the morning and in this afternoon, try to accomplish things as Spain did. Because as Sweden was your beacon in the recognition of the state, now Spain, maybe with others, with Ireland and Slovenia, is the one that are taking the lead to show you concrete actions can be done. If it cannot be done collectively by the European Union now, it can be done by one state, 2 states, 3 states, I don't know how many states, and finally those who were not convinced yesterday and maybe today will eventually be able to be convinced. Now we are the victims, the people that suffer immensely, the Palestinian people. We are telling you these things because we want to help ourselves. And we want you to be united because you can help us more. Concentrate on the things that there is no argument over it. This occupation is illegal and it has to end. Let's accomplish it. These settlements are illegal and we need to dismantle them. Let's accomplish it. Annexation should not be allowed. Let's accomplish it. And then we will worry about the other issues when we get there. Because, if you start dealing with things that divide us, you waste energy in the wrong position. With good intentions, I know that. But I'm just telling you about the person that defend and from the bottom of my heart and brain and my essence, the bravery of our people, that I want to be like our people in Gaza. So when I speak in the General Assembly and the Security Council, I speak with the ambition that I want to be like our people in Gaza. And for everyone, including the Palestinians here, that is our compass. Let us be like our people in Gaza. Let us do the best in order to advance our cause. And we are advancing. It's remarkable what's happening in Europe. Millions, maybe hundreds of millions went to the street. The same thing in the United States. And these are the only two places that have major effort and power to keep Israel doing all of these illegal things, criminal things, genocidal things against us. And we collectively, humanity, demands from us not to allow them to succeed. So thank you again. And I guess as we are getting closer, to ending this thing, and I guess I'm doing my closing remarks from the floor, not from there. Thank you.
I thank you, Minister Mansour. We thank you, Minister Mansour, for the profound and touching remarks. I'm gonna take your question or comment and invite all to have a coffee break outside and to get back to comments, to come back again, to do two more rounds of questions if they are. Okay, ladies first. Okay, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much, and honor to come after Minister Mansour. So thank you very much also for the mention he made of UNRWA. My name is Elena Mancusi, and working for UNRWA here in Brussels. I wanted to follow up on the intervention of Lisa Miziol, and thank you very much for mentioning that indeed aid provision should not be made conditional on disarmament and the decommissioning process advancing. I'd like to introduce also a focus on public services, which is equally, if not even important, in such a context of shrinking operational space as we face in Gaza and the West Bank. And here when talking about provision of basic public services, of course, the PA and UNRWA are playing a major part. So how strongly do you think that putting a focus on this should also be recognized as a key element for the successful advancement of any peace process, looking at the New York Declaration process or the Global Alliance process? A focus on the provision of public services is in fact creating an enabling environment for the advancement of any peace initiatives on the ground. And I think this should be properly acknowledged in any account and reflection around this topic. I also wanted to follow up on the comment that Evin made and looking at the balance that each and every actor should have when looking at the behavior of international state actors on the global scale, and introducing then a note on disinformation. This was perhaps debated earlier on today. Sorry, I wasn't here this morning, but in any case, we face, as UNRWA, very strong challenges in terms of disinformation and reputational attacks. So there is a strong focus here in the EU space on information integrity or information manipulation. So how even are we in looking at the behavior of state actors intervening actively in this sector on the global scale and hindering actors that are, of renowned and solid stand as UNRWA is. So just introducing this consideration. Thank you.
I thank you, madam, and now give the floor to Mr. Francavilla. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. I have one comment and one question. The comment is, and I draw from the question on anti-Semitism. This morning we were talking about some ways to improve also in the advocacy, and I think we need to find ways to get out of some rabbit holes that we often fall in. And one such ways can be to always try to flip the coin. So anti-Zionism can be it described as advocating for the destruction of Israel and therefore isn't Zionism pursuing the destruction of Palestine? Isn't that a problem? Why is the first one a problem and the other one not? We have a strong problem of anti-Semitism in Europe, absolutely true, and we need to fight it. Are Arabs and Muslims having a great time in Europe? Isn't that a problem too that we need to look at? The Palestinian textbooks propose hatred for the occupiers. Should they love the occupiers? Is there any country in history, is there any nation in history that has ever loved the occupiers? Do we expect from the Palestinians to be less human than others? Should they be held to different standards than other people? Germany committed genocide, and therefore it has a special duty to protect the state of Israel by bankrolling and arming another genocide. So, like, all these flips of the narrative, I think can be very helpful, and we too often focus to fall into some of the rabbit holes. But the question I have, perhaps mainly to Isa, but to anyone else on the panel, you often use the word pressure on Israel, and what we know here is that, assuming that we have a peace process, which I hardly think can be called in that way, you have clear power relations that are completely unbalanced, and one of the basic tenets of negotiation is that you try to balance them. You have 59 years of occupation. You have consensus on apartheid. You have ethnic cleansing ongoing. Some say that that what's going on is just a continuation of the Nakba, etc. As all this is going on, the measures for pressure are exactly the same as the measures for justice. So whether we look at in the context of the peace negotiations or in the context of accountability, enforcing international law, etc., is exactly the same thing. You can call for the suspension of the association agreement because of the two-state solution, or because of the abuses that are committed and the sanctions and so on and so on. And accomplishing those things is necessary to accomplish what the ambassador was mentioning earlier. And we all are, I think, collectively trying to get to those measures. Does Germany and the EU actually want a two-state solution when they know that the situation on the ground is what it is, and they continue to block any action that would help with the two-state solution and with international justice after 59 years, at least? Can we actually claim that they do want a two-state solution, or are they just kicking the can down the road forever until Israel, quotes unquote, finishes the job, and there we are hiding behind the slogans and the two-state solution, while the Palestinians, of course, pay the price that they're paying? And can we call the bluff?
I thank you very much, Mr. Francavilla, and now revert to the panel members to react to questions and comments.
Sorry. The question about anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. I mean, like this. Zionism is the will to have a Jewish statehood. If we look back in history, we see that the oppression against the Jewish people was not present in the Middle East primarily. It was in Europe. Why the current situation exists is unfortunately much due to Europeans not taking their responsibility of history. Blaming then at a people who became occupied by other people who were oppressed. And I do not think that the will for a statehood needs to automatically lead to oppression of others. I'm Swedish, yes, but I have also Kurdish origin. Some people sometimes ask me, and they were like, "Yeah, Evin, you know, you talk about more." When we talk about European context, for example, there are some disputes within the European Union also, where some regions want to declare independence and so on. And you were like, you're not as positive to their independence as you are towards, for example, Kurds. What is the difference? But the difference, I believe, is when you are under oppressed, of course, you then want a statehood where you can be free. But that doesn't mean that you should, in that pursuit, then oppress other people. So what I'm just saying that there is nuances when it comes to, I mean, a Jewish statehood. We would never accept, for example, that and I need to be clear also, many times I've heard during the Arab Spring, people were saying Arab Spring. I never used the word Arab Spring, and there is one reason. It's not only Arabs, sorry, in Middle East, and it's not the Muslim world, because we have a lot of Christians in Middle East also. I try to use more inclusive terms. Syria, for example, Syria, the Arab Republic, Syria do not only contain of Arabs, Syria contains of Kurdish, of Assyrian, of Armenian, of Muslim, Christian, different groups. So for me, I'm always coherent, and that's why I also think in the case of Israel, it needs to be the same. The pursuit for freedom, for security, should not equal the oppression of other groups. It needs to equal the integration and the inclusiveness, of other groups also. But that's why I rather speak about anti-Semitism and the criticism against the Israeli state, because we should not let those who are saying, mixing the word anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism with criticism against the Israeli state, all three criticism or all three terms with each other. I usually don't even go into the discussion about anti-Zionism, but rather focus on the criticism against the far right now government of Israel. I hope that gave some kind of answer to your question at least. So when it comes to Zionism, I think there could be an inclusive Jewish state also, as there are other states who say that have some terms within their names. But when it comes to anti-Zionism, I believe really that it doesn't make Jews any favor when those people who are mixing the different terms, they're doing it. It's actually a disfavor for the Jewish people. And when it comes to the textbooks, as many of you already know, George Eckert Institute did a report on behalf of the European Union, the last mandate, and where it clearly said that Palestinian textbooks adhere to UNESCO standards. And still we hear that, oh, a Palestinian textbook needs to adhere to UNESCO standards, but they do. I mean, this report actually literally said that, but it also said that there are some improvements that needs to be made. There is an antagonism within the textbooks, but that is because of the occupation. And criticism was not against that, but there was some other things that they raised. And the Palestinians actually said, yes, we'll take a look at it. And I would say that it's good to always evaluate yourself. Are there places for improvements? But the problem here is that the criticism is only focused on the Palestinians and not on the Israeli textbooks. Israeli textbooks are, in some extent, maybe even worse, to be honest. As the example that I took when it comes to the borders, Israel and Palestine, I mean, the antagonism context exists in the Israeli textbooks also, and the lack of map where there is an Israel-Palestine exists also why is it so that they're so focused on the Palestinians but not Israeli? And it boils down to, I think, one of the things that you said, that it's actually a matter of Islamophobia when we have this discussion, rather than some sincerely standing up for the Jewish people's rights, because many times those who actually claims that criticism is anti-Zionistic criticism or anti-Semitic criticism are the biggest anti-Semitism themselves. We have Sweden Democrats in Sweden plays that they are Israel's best friends, and then we hear how their members and people in their leadership in video recordings have said, oh, this, sorry, but it's really bad to say it, but I'm just going to quote them, a Jewish swine, while hitting a dead animal. These are the same people that claims that they are the friends of Israel. They're not. What they are is the biggest anti-Semitism, then and the biggest Islamophobic people, but they try to hide behind the defense of Israel.
I thank you very much for your remarks, and now give the floor to Ms. Musiol for reaction to comments.
Yeah, of course, thank you. Thanks a lot on the colleague on UNRWA and the public services. I think that's a really, really important point. It's good to make. I think the decommissioning I specifically focused on because it is such a crucial point in sort of unlocking, obviously, some of the current deadlock, but of the support to UNRWA and the importance of public service provision both in Gaza and the West Bank is really essential. And I think there's also a lot of work that the Global Alliance can do to better support UNRWA and champion and back UNRWA's work. What you say on the disinformation is also making me think that I mean in the EU context there is so much effort on working on against debunking disinformation and information manipulation from Russia. There's entire new units being built and sort of big conferences. A lot of money goes into that. Specifically when it comes to sort of Russian information manipulation and also to some extent Chinese. But where the UN system is being attacked, though, and the multilateral system that the EU is backing, there's, I think, maybe very, very little support in helping debunk the disinformation. So I think it's an important angle to look at as well and see where the intention is and the money for that and the political attention is going, and maybe that can be balanced a bit more. I think Claudio, I think on your point on sort of flipping a bit the narratives and the thinking, I think it's really, really good to sometimes just see things slightly, ask the right questions basically. On the pressure point in particular, I mean, I used pressure now because we had the three panelists that I were looking at, suspension of or partial suspension of the association agreement, the sanctions that were mentioned, the questions on the arms export. So all of these I see sort of, together. And I think it's true. There's, there's so many reasons why that pressure is necessary. And I think here I just wanted to link it also to these international processes where it's again another reason why it is so necessary. But it's, it's not that we need more reasons, obviously. But so I would say definitely on all of these fronts we need more action. I think as Yves has been explaining very well. On calling the bluff as well, I think yes, absolutely. I think this is the key. There's a lot of rhetoric. In Crisis Group, we had a whole long publication last year on saying that for the EU, we called it sort of words are not enough. It's so much rhetoric going into sort of, putting down red lines, calling out even illegal settlements, etc., but not doing anything about it. So much. So many times that the EU has been sort of insisting on its on some principles and has done nothing, right? So I think that calling that out for sure, I think is important, and creating the momentum for pressure on all these fronts. I think the most immediate one is the suspension of the association agreement, which I think is kind of maybe coming to an important moment, but all the other ones need to continue as well. Yeah.
I thank you very much for your reaction. Any other comments from the panelists? No? Any other comments, questions from the participants? I see none. This concludes our deliberations for panel 2. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all participants and speakers for a rich and forward-looking discussions. The ideas and recommendations shared this afternoon will be of great value to the committee as it considers its next steps in Europe. We will now proceed to the closing session of the consultations. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all speakers and participants for their active engagement in today's consultations. Throughout the day, we have had the benefit of hearing expert perspectives from civil society and representatives, legal specialists, policy advocates, and public officials working to advance peace in Palestine and to uphold international law. Today's discussions highlighted the important role of European civil society organizations in informing policy, documenting developments on the ground, advancing accountability efforts, and sustaining public engagement on the question of Palestine. They also underline the importance of practical follow-up by the European Union and its member states in areas such as third states obligations, humanitarian action, legal compliance, accountability, and policy coordination. The committee greatly values this exchange of views and recommendations. The insights shared today will help inform our continued engagement with civil society and our outreach to member states and institutions. They also reaffirm the importance of sustained cooperation between the United Nations, civil society partners, and all those committed to a just and lasting peace. I would also like to thank the committee and its bureau, the Division for Palestinian Rights of the United Nations Secretariat, and all partners for their support, and also the liaison office in Brussels, and also, of course, the interpreters for their support. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to Minister Mansour for his closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, I said some of the things that I wanted to say earlier, but let me again, you know, associate myself with all of the remarks in thanking those people who were with us for their presence, for their participation, and more importantly, for their activism in working on what they believe in order to support justice for the Palestinian people, and also the speakers, the translator, everything that you said. But let me just add another element of the work of the committee. In the past, the committee used to have international conferences where representatives of civil society organizations could converge in New York in large numbers when it was easier to get visas to go there. But now, because of the visa issues, we have to be creative on how we can interact with them, taking into account that people will not be able to participate. So then what we do, we said, let us have a meeting of civil society organizations in Europe, because you're doing a remarkable job, so that you can tell us and share with us your experience. For the Palestinians, and I think the young lady who said there are no Palestinians, we have conferences with civil society organizations of the Palestinians through Zoom, because they cannot get visas and come to the United States, and it is not possible for them to come in large numbers to Europe, and we will exclude people from Gaza. So thanks to the technology, we have many meetings with them through Zoom, where they can express to the committee of what they're going through, what their opinions are, what their suggestions are, so that this way we are trying really to interact with the largest number of civil society organizations. In fact, this year, was it this year or the end of last year, a delegation of the committee went to Latin America and they had a meeting with civil society organizations of Latin America in San Diego, Chile, before they had the last election in Chile. So that these are the kind of things, so that if people feel that maybe that there is something missing, so I am explaining that, we adjust as the situation adjusts. But let me just conclude that we are all becoming more mature because of the large number who are involved in the solidarity work with the Palestinian people. And I think that the technology is helping millions and tens of millions of people to express their opinion and to contribute to this collective work that no single group or organization or committee can address what is needed in order to defeat the enemy of the implementation of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, led by the Israeli occupation and all of its manifestations. But the good news, we are getting larger in numbers, more powerful, smarter, more creative, in order really to truly help the struggle of the Palestinian people to accomplish the objectives that the Palestinian people want. The Palestinian people don't want to live as slaves in their own home country. They want to be free in their own country. And the Palestinian people want to put an end to this evil occupation, this illegal occupation, because it's oppressing them, and there will never be peace between the Palestinians and the Israelis as long as there is occupation, because the masters and the slaves cannot have the ingredients for justice and peace. But when we are free and living in our own state as we determine, and they are our neighbors and others, the situation will be different. France and Germany, from your experience, they couldn't live together when they were fighting in World War I and World War II. But once both of them became free, look at them, they are the two pillars of the European Union, a remarkable experiment in governance and in the history of Europe. If we become free in our own state, regardless of the size of the state, we will enter into a new stage of relationship as equals, not masters and slaves. And it is conceivable that we might in the future, based on free will, to select what kind of relationship to be in historic Palestine. But these conditions do not exist now. And they will only exist when we materially survive as a state with people exercising our right to self-determination and to have refugees exercise their right to return, because that is an inalienable right to refugees. Then we will be laying the foundation concretely to decide what we want to do with our neighbors. But in order to help us to get there, help us to get rid of this occupation, let us exercise self-determination. Let us be free in our own homeland. And then I promise you that the Palestinian people are great, resilient, creative, smart, that they will be able to do wonders. And if our neighbors want to get rid of all of the negative things between us and to live with us as my father lived with the neighbors who were Jewish that came from Europe to live in Palestine, and taught him Hebrew. I don't speak Hebrew, he spoke it. And they taught him, trade. It is conceivable that we can live together. One time I met with a European delegation of parliamentarians. We talked about everything, and at the end, a parliamentarian from the UK said, what about anti-Semitism? I said, what about anti-Semitism? He said, what are you going to do about it? I said, me to do about it? My father lived with a Jewish family for 6 months, learned the language, and learned a trade. You created anti-Semitism in Europe. Go and clean your house there. Don't come after me to try to be involved in something that you created. So we never discriminated against those who seek to be, friendly to us. But if you want to steal my land and you want to deny me existence and national rights, am I supposed to love you? You are forcing on me to resist you because I want to live free in my own homeland and my own country. So I think now we are all collectively maturing in a better way. We are concentrating in action. What will get things done is action. For us, even as diplomats, we learned that we cannot just only try to win arguments, which we are good in winning arguments, but we need to be smarter than them in creating obstacles in the path of our oppression. So I gave the example of the ICJ. It was not available to us, nor we were mature enough to know how to go back to it. We went 25 years ago, and we were so excited about limited issues related to the war. In 2023 and 24, when we went back, we were much more sophisticated. We learned from Namibia, we learned from South Africa, we learned from other people, and we were able to present it in a much more sophisticated way. That's why we got a very fabulous historic advisory opinion. So we all learn. Even in the United Nations, people might like or dislike what the United Nations does. But I can tell you, I am so proud that the Palestinians are well-liked and popular at the United Nations because we represent our people. We represent the struggle of those who are in Gaza. And we are smart diplomats. The Israeli ambassador is isolated. And no matter how billions of dollars they're going to spend in cleaning their image, they're not going to succeed. Because people are not dumb. And the representatives of nations at the United Nations are smart people, smart diplomats. They know right from wrong. They know justice from lack of it. And I am very proud and happy that the Palestinian people, represented by our delegation at the United Nations, try to represent the Palestinian people in the best way, because our noble cause deserves from us to be like our people, especially those in Gaza and the West Bank and in East Jerusalem, as well as all the Palestinians who are carrying Israeli passports. They are fighting for almost 80 years to be equal citizens in Israel. For those who are looking at the one-state solution under this ruthless system of Israel, look at the model. They are refusing to acknowledge them as equal citizens. But if we are free, and regardless of the size of the state of Palestine, in our national homeland, it will be the state for all Palestinians, regardless of where they are. And when we talk about implementing our self-determination, for those in the occupied territory, they will exercise it through the end of occupation and to establish the state there. For those in the refugee camps, they exercise it by the right to return to their homes and properties. For those who are citizens of the state of Israel, Palestinians, they exercise it according to their platform that we want to be equal citizens in the state of Israel, because there it is also their national homeland, and they've been there for hundreds, if not thousands of years. So the notion of self-determination for us, the Palestinian people, is evolving and evolving in order to cater to the needs and the rights of all of our people, regardless of which passports they carry. But we are not there yet. And we are marching there, and I assure you that we will get there because we have a great Palestinian people, resilient, tough, smart, educated, and they love their country, and they love their children, and they love their people. And with your help, which we appreciate a lot, we're going to succeed. We are not going to be the exception to the rule. As South Africa succeeded, we will. As Namibia succeeded, we will. As Africa, all of it, put an end to colonialism, we will. And we need you to work more, work smarter, more creative, get your governments and the European Union to do more. And we listen to many ideas, and we wish you the best. And whatever you want from us at the United Nations, from the committee, it is at your disposal to collaborate with you for the common good for the Palestinian people. Thank you very much.
Mesdames et messieurs, ceci met fin à notre réunion. Nous vous remercions pour votre participation et nous comptons sur votre soutien et nous continuerons à vous appuyer. Merci beaucoup. La réunion est ajournée.
Thank you.
Thank you.